We have an action-packed agenda, and I think we may be taking a lunch break at noon, depending upon how the meeting goes this morning. But I will turn it over to Director Walker for our only consent item this morning.
Thank you, Governor. Welcome, land board members. Pleased to have you here. And we have added extra seating today to accommodate the extra guests that we have. We anticipate, as the governor mentioned, going past noon today. So I'm glad that you all packed a lunch, and we'll have separate rooms for you to take a slight break. The first item on the agenda is our consent item, as the governor indicated, in its request for approval of the minutes from the October 22, 2019 State Land Board meeting.
Do I have a motion for approval of the minutes from the October 22nd meeting?
Madam Chair, I'd move approval.
The treasurer moves approval of the minutes from the October 22nd meeting. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second from the Secretary of State. Hearing and seeing no objection, the motion is approved.
Great, thank you. That brings us to agenda item 2, and I do want to indicate, when I met with each of you at our pre-meeting, I indicated I didn't have anything under other this time, which is number 5, but something came in. I'll give you a brief report under agenda item 5 about 2 of our properties that have, one has been sold. Last Friday we signed the paperwork, and the other one we're working on that. So I'll give you an update on that later. So agenda item 2, we're here to give you an update on the Elliott State Research Forest exploratory process and whether exploration of the Elliott State Forest concept should continue. The authorities are set out below, and I'll give you a brief history. Well, it's a little more than brief, and then we'll bring up some folks to speak to what we've been up to for the past year, because we've been extremely busy this past year. I know, Governor, that you asked us to to take care of the HCP with lightning speed. And we have been doing that. And we have also done a great deal of work on this concept that you directed us to engage in back in December. So a year ago, the Land Board set us on a path to explore transforming the Elliott State Forest into an Oregon State University research forest. The months since have been infused with energy and excitement as we and many others began the hard work of determining whether this idea could become a reality for Oregon and the world. Today, we provide an update on our progress. I'll begin with a brief background and an overview of the exploratory process. Then, in keeping with the Land Board's direction that DSL work collaboratively with OSU, continue development of a habitat conservation plan, engage diverse stakeholders in the research forest exploratory process, and engage Oregon's tribes. We have invited OSU, our HCP contractor, ICF, members of our Elliott State Research Forest Advisory Committee, and tribal representatives to speak with you today. So it will be a robust hearing this morning to give you as much information as possible about all of the great work that we've been doing. So the background: in May of 2017, prior to my arrival here, was I here then in 2017? Had to think about that. Nope, didn't come until 2018. In May 2017, the Land Board voted to keep the Elliott State Forest in public ownership. Under this direction, the Department of State Lands began to explore public ownership options that would include development of a successful habitat conservation plan, as well as full decoupling of the forest from the Common School Fund and its subsequent obligations. Potential public owners were asked to come before the Land Board in December 2018 to express their interest in the forest. Following those presentations, the Land Board directed the department to work collaboratively with Oregon State University to develop a plan for developing the Elliott State Forest into a research forest. DSL and OSU in February of 2019 entered into a memorandum of understanding to provide a framework framework for collaboration in exploring the feasibility of an Elliott State Research Forest. That is Appendix A in your packet. Over the past 11 months, DSL and OSU have worked together to explore key elements of a potential Elliott State Research Forest and what that will look like. The exploratory process has been guided by the Land Board vision for the forest, as well as board direction regarding engagement and continued habitat conservation plan development. A successful plan is expected to be consistent with the Land Board vision for the forest, which includes keeping the forest publicly owned with public access, decoupling the forest from the Common School Fund and compensating the fund for the forest, continuing habitat conservation planning to protect species and allow for harvest, and providing for multiple forest benefits, including those things that Oregonians treasure the most: recreation, education, and working research forest. The board also indicated that engagement with tribes, local governments, state agencies, key stakeholders, and the public is essential to exploration of the research forest concept. And we have kept true to that vision, as you will see. In March of 2019, the department convened an advisory committee to provide input as a potential research forest concept was explored. Committee members represent a wide variety of perspectives and passions and experience and expertise related to the Elliott, and you can see who is all on the research committee on Appendix B. And the committee met 10 times in 2019 and offered insight on topics including public access and recreation, education opportunities, conservation values, local economy and community values, tribal and cultural values, and research. And you will hear more from advisory committees later today. Tribal governments have also been approached for government-to-government consultation regarding the Elliott State Research Forest concept, as well as being invited to participate in the advisory committee, and you'll be hearing from tribal leaders later today as well. Keeping the public informed was another important goal throughout this process. DSL hosted a series of public events to provide information and established a website as a resource for process updates and advisory committee materials. And we also had a number of members of the public show up at our advisory committee meetings pretty regularly, so it was really great to have them present. OSU has also gathered information regarding a potential research forest through a series of listening sessions, stakeholder conversations, and community events, such as science pubs. I need to find out a little bit more about science pubs, and Society of American Foresters chapter meetings. Together, our engagement included 12 events attended by over 300 people. Finally, the board directed development of a habitat conservation plan timeline. DSL is overseeing development of an HCP that will be consistent with research forest use and has contracted with ICF to develop the habitat conservation plan. And they are also here today to provide us an update on where we are, and they will be joined by federal agency representatives, which is way cool to have them present in person today. So this concludes my recap of the board direction and the exploratory process to date. At this point, I'll be inviting others to discuss outcomes of the process. Oregon State's College of Forestry Acting Dean Davis, Anthony Davis, will speak, and I always enjoy hearing Anthony speak. And he'll be followed by ICF and the federal agencies, and then I'll come back up to the table to introduce the next set of speakers. So I get to step aside for the moment, and you will hear the presentation from OSU. They're ready to go. Dean Davis, the floor is yours if you want to come up.
Thank you, Ray.
You're welcome. It's so good to see you. Are you going solo?
It's just me.
Okay.
Before the dean begins, I just wanted to have our legal counsel comment on the recent case, the recent decision by the Oregon Supreme Court in the Cascadia Wildlands case, and its impact on our ability to move forward on this particular proposal.
Yes, Governor. For the record, Matt DeVore for Department of Justice. The Cascadia Supreme Court case just came out I guess the day before Thanksgiving holiday. So the Department of Justice with our appellate division and trial division are still looking at the case to understand the full implications of the case. For the perspective of the OSU Research Forest proposal, preliminarily, I don't believe that the opinion will have an impact on the current proposal. The court's opinion focused on ORS 530.450, which withdraws portions of the Elliott State Forest from sale with certain exemptions in statute. The OSU proposal, as I understand it, would have OSU taking over management responsibility of the Elliott State Forest, but would not have a change in ownership. Currently, the forest is owned by the state of Oregon as a component of the Common School Fund, and the proposal would have OSU managing the forest as a research forest, but it wouldn't be a change in ownership. The statutes for OSU, particularly 352.113, provide that OSU acquires and holds real property as under the name of the state of Oregon. So it wouldn't be a change in ownership, it would simply be a change in management styles that I don't believe would violate 530.450.
Thank you.
Okay, great. All right, leave you to your own devices.
All right, thank you. Good morning, Governor Brown, Treasurer Reed, Secretary Clarno. I'm Anthony Davis. I'm the interim dean of the College of Forestry at Oregon State, and I appreciate Director Walker's invitation to present this update on the potential future of the Elliott State Forest. So here we are. As promised a year ago, we'd be back. And I think I'd be remiss if I didn't start by with anything other than the formal recognition of the people who have put hundreds and hundreds of hours into bringing ideas to the table from the most diverse perspectives, working to get us to this point, specifically the Advisory Committee for the Department of State Lands and the Exploratory Committee within our College of Forestry. They've been meeting regularly to determine what might this future look like. And if you'll allow me a few minutes, then I'd like to begin by explaining why this investment of time means so much. In everything we do, we inherit the results of decisions of prior generations. And with this, we have more tools at our disposal, the results of ingenuity, discovery, science, engineering, art, and more than any previous generation. And we can expect more of the same in the future. And this might be best characterized by what Aldo Leopold called the standard paradox of the 20th century. Our tools are better than we are, and they grow better faster than we do. But they do not suffice for the oldest task in human history, to live on a piece of land without spoiling it. And so now we find ourselves nearing the winter equinox of 2019, and we're facing a climate crisis and a sustainability crisis. And our collective response so far has been to hand it to the next generation. And every morning I wake up with this great worry about the burden that we have created and how little we have actually done to rectify it. And it's not hard to see that while we're deep in these crises, there are straightforward ways that forests play a role, an integral role, in addressing them. And so some numbers that really make this all about me for a moment. In my lifetime, we've seen global wood consumption increase by around 30%. And to some people, that's a big number. To others, it's a small number. I think when it's framed against our population increase of around 80%, or other primary building materials like steel at 180% or cement at 400%, we can at least come to one conclusion. We are all consumers. We use things. And that's the root, that's the architecture of a sustainability crisis. We champion and advocate for growth without being cognizant of the total costs, the life cycle of how we drive that growth. Intersecting with this, our decisions to date have resulted in increased carbon, Carbon dioxide up 23% in my lifetime. Unpredictable weather, changes in drought patterns and rainfall. Again, 1.8 degrees warmer now than when I was born. All of this drives ecosystem change, which I couldn't find some snappy numbers to put up, but we can look at it as species extinctions or biological invasions. They both occur, and they're continuing to expand at a great rate. And ultimately, that can result in increased human conflict. And so wood remains the only primary construction material we can grow. And that's an important consideration when looking at these numbers, when looking at population growth regionally and globally. And Oregon is gifted with some of the most productive forest lands in the world. But still, we can step back and we look and we import wood regardless of the source, with no consideration. We should at least know where our wood supply comes from and that it meets the environmental and ethical standards that we hold dearly. And we should also know that the conservation measures that we put in place, that we employ those methods that are most likely to actually achieve the goals of sustaining and supporting the species and ecosystems that they aim to address. And so there we are at the intersection of a climate crisis and a sustainability crisis. And to me, a course forward can only be addressed by meaningful action, and that must be informed by validated science. And I think we can argue pretty readily that if we continue to choose to hand off these crises to the next generation, we should also do our best to hand off the tools needed to address it. And that brings us to the question of what would an Elliott State research forest do that we can't presently do? And so that brings us to today. And in many ways, the simple question that we spent a year trying to explore was, is there a research forest hidden in the hills of the Elliott State Forest? And the answer is yes. I strongly believe that with dedicated effort, broad partnership, and a focus on the long-term needs of Oregonians and Oregon's forests, we could see an Elliott State Research Forest address the synergies and trade-offs for conservation and production and livelihood objectives. We can implement the studies that are needed to chart a course for achieving conservation and carbon sequestration while producing fiber in a forested landscape in a changing world. That we can identify ways to ameliorate the effects of climate change through our management and our conservation actions. Our scoping work identified potential opportunities to create two principal research areas: conservation research watersheds and management research watersheds. Tremendous opportunity comes from being able to focus on long-term research, the potential of these two areas, which brings forward both short and mid-term deliverables that can inform current and developing best practices, with a long-term approach being able to truly understand the impact of land use decisions on at-risk species, carbon stocks, water quality, fiber production, and more. And I'll share some specifics now that you might find interesting on how we've come to frame this vision. The conservation research watersheds are about 30,000 acres and serve as a biologically rich area that we intend to allow to grow and develop and achieve the conditions associated with a contiguous old-growth forest. As this forest ages, studies will enable a better understanding of how at-risk species respond to conservation strategies, as well as shifting climate conditions. This will be a key component of any habitat conservation plan, a plan that would, of course, need to be in place before OSU could operate this research forest. Thinking about it, we have to find a way to know what the total effect of our conservation efforts sums to on the landscape. And then we have to find ways to incentivize conservation of forests that have the greatest impact in achieving the desired outcome. By using the conservation research watersheds as a reference point and source of study over time, we will identify specifically how the distribution of smaller conservation areas, which are far more likely to occur and do occur across the state and region, either accrue as or imitate these large areas or not. And that leads us to a pathway of science-driven, a strategy of science-driven landscape level conservation. And it also aligns with the purpose of the management research watersheds. Within these watersheds, we have a platform to inform how specific practices can influence the many values we seek to derive from trees, forests, and ecosystems. This structure, aiming to support the long-term study with stable ownership, allows us to implement land management treatments that can drive innovation and understanding, and enables us to leverage the scale of the Elliott, using its 53 sub-watersheds as replicates to provide the rigor needed to maximize the scope of inference of research findings. Through our visioning process, the management research watersheds would provide a framework to address contemporary and lasting questions, building principally from the concept that forest land can be managed intensively, placed into reserve status, or operated at some level in between. By establishing replicated treatments, the management research watersheds would bring to light the opportunities for shifting management and conservation practices along that spectrum, allowing landowners to emphasize different outcomes, whether they be carbon storage, habitat conservation, timber production, recreation, or anything else. And ultimately, this results in forest land use allocations being approximately 58% for conservation, 26% for extensive multiple values management, and 16% for intensive management. From this allocation, we can build a scientific library that will serve as a vital resource in decision-making around forest land for all future Oregonians. Nested across these allocations, we will be able to conduct studies that improve safety, understand recreation impacts and opportunities, and look at stability and susceptibility to erosion and landslides, and more. The word value has come up an awful lot lately. And I wanted to offer some thoughts on the word value. Again, weaving, as I often do, to a reference to Aldo Leopold. He challenged us in a Sand County Almanac not just to look at economic value, but also at philosophical value. Leopold wrote that how one of the most serious obstacles to the evolution of the land ethic was that our educational and economic systems were heading away from, rather than toward, a consciousness of land. And amazingly, in that essay published around 70 years ago, he spoke of the innumerable gadgets and middlemen who sit between people and land, which I think holds true today. And to me, that does tie right back to the sustainability crisis that we face, our individual unwillingness to change behaviors and make informed decisions around the products we use every day. And so education can help. And the integrated mission, the land-grant mission of Oregon State University ensures we connect education to research and to extension. We've seen a commitment to youth and our future with the embracement of the outdoor school. And so I'm going to ask all of you for a moment to travel with me in your minds to Coos and Douglas counties and picture, as I do, an Oregon State University field station, staffed with professionals and scientists, hosting graduate students, undergraduate researchers, supported by seasonal work of local high school students, completing school projects and internships. Imagine that forest as a beacon to the world's scientific community of the seriousness with which Oregon takes its forests and seeks to understand how to reinforce the relationships between healthy people, healthy ecosystems, healthy communities, and healthy businesses. This hub would bring the established and emerging genius of the global community into a space that advances our knowledge of how to steward these ecosystems and economies for generations to come at a level that could be readily scaled across the region, across the state, across the world. And keeping ourselves thinking of the Elliott State Forest, let's go back in time. For millennia, Native American tribes stewarded these lands. With settlement and forcible removal of Native Americans onto reservations, dramatic shifts in the management of these forests occurred. An Elliott State Research Forest could be a place that brings traditional knowledge and Western methods together to create a future that better understands forest history and empowers that knowledge to be part of its enduring significance. The initial meetings we've had, I see great potential for opportunities here. On that most common use of the word value, we have explored the feasibility of this vision from a financial standpoint. and the analysis that we've conducted indicate that the annual operation of an Elliott State research forest could be financially self-sustaining. Two mechanisms would support the activity of the forest: harvest revenue generated by implementing the research design and the sale of carbon credits. This course projection assumes that the establishment of the research forest would occur after the decoupling from the Common School Fund, and that the habitat conservation plan would be in place and in line with our projections. We don't have the luxury of living in a vacuum, dealing with crises and challenges as independent variables. When we have time, we'll get to it. We must act more decisively and with a quality of information that doesn't yet exist, a quality of information for forests that we can start to build with an Elliott State research forest. And I've worked in areas around the world where I've seen the tremendous pressure we put on land, often resulting in human conflict. And here we are in a time where we depend on land more and more and more. We cannot look at conserving forests in Oregon while simply exporting the demand for that fiber to other areas, particularly if that demand shifts to areas with little or no concern for ecosystems or the people who work and live within those forests. Think globally, act locally has a critical place in this vision for the Elliott State Research Forest. And as I look at how the practice of forestry has evolved, I can't help but see this as an immense opportunity to define what Oregon can do to sustainably provide the materials needed to build and renew our towns and cities and maintain rural economies that produce those materials, while also ensuring that our forests are most effectively deployed as agents of carbon storage and providers of habitat, recreation, and cultural values. In offering this vision for the Elliott State Research Forest, Oregon State University is stepping forward to rise to these challenges and to lead in the discovery needed to bring forest conservation and management practices to a level that meets society's sustainability goals. We seek to do so as collaborators and conveners, recognizing the myriad viewpoints and objectives that must still be reconciled, and being fully aware that this will be anything but easy. But it is critical, and there is a moral imperative that we get to work in addressing these challenges. Forests are the source of incalculable value no matter how the word is defined. They deliver recreation opportunities, provide forest products, and influence where people choose to live. They support our rural communities and provide access to living and stable wages. They house a diversity of species and processes important to ecosystem health, inspire the most cherished stories, and evolve in shifts to land use and climate change. Forests drive the provision of clean air, water, and jobs, and support our carbon balance. The practice of forestry is driven by renewal and with a view towards the future, enhanced by a commitment to continuous improvement and meeting changing needs and values. We have an opportunity to apply this approach to the Elliott State Research Forest. These points I've made, I think, highlight that we're at a point where we are able to reimagine forestry to reflect contemporary knowledge and needs, building from its roots in sustainability and conservation. What I've offered here today is intended to align with key objectives of the Land Board, including maintaining conservation, recreation, economic, and educational benefits, framed within the context of a research forest. As you can tell, much work has been done, and much more remains to be done. Should the Land Board identify with this vision, and should the broad suite of collaborators and stakeholders who have shared their time and ideas to date be willing to continue to work towards a detailed proposal, the university would humbly accept that challenge and work in developing a proposal for the Elliott State Research Forest. Thank you for your time and for your commitment to Oregon's forests.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Treasurer Reed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I enjoyed the presentation very much, and I think I'm probably better suited to hold my questions and reactions till we hear the rest of the presentations.
Great.
I will do so as well. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So you're not confused, I'm not Director Walker.
Good morning.
Good morning, Governor Brown, Secretary Carno and Treasurer Reed. My name is Troy Ramick. I'm with ICF. I am the project manager of the technical team, the consulting team that was retained by the Department of State Lands to complete a habitat conservation plan. I was in front of you about a year ago, and as you recall, we actually started the HCP development process before the discussions around OSU and a research forest were at play. And so it's nice to see you again. I'm going to give some opening sort of comments and an overview of the habitat conservation planning process as it's unfolded over the last year, and then I'll be joined at the table by Kim Kratz from NOAA Fisheries and Paul Hinson from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. They'll have some brief comments, and then we can field questions as a panel if that works. So I was here a year ago, and a lot has changed in a year. A lot of work has been done, as you have heard already today. And it has been actually a very exciting year, I think, as well. When we spoke a year ago, I provided you with an update on some of the key elements of what was then an Elliott State Forest HCP. At that point, we had decided where the HCP would apply, that is what the permit area would be. We talked about what species would be covered under an HCP, what species would be covered under the eventual Endangered Species Act permits by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and NOAA Fisheries on the HCP. And where we stand today, the permit area, that is where the HCP would apply, remains the same. So it would still cover the common school lands that make up the majority of the Elliott State Forest. The species that we're intending to include are the same, the Oregon coho, Oregon coast coho, the marbled murrelet, and the northern spotted owl, so that has not changed. A year ago, the thing we didn't know was who the manager of the forest would be and what activities would be occurring on the forest, which is the third critical piece of any permitting process, and including an HCP. Following your direction, last December, we began working with the Department of State Lands and Oregon State University to better understand and define what an HCP would look like for an Elliott State Research Forest. It has been an exploratory year for sure. Remember that at a very basic level, an HCP facilitates a permit for a project. And so it is basically a permitting exercise or a regulatory exercise. The project, in any case, must be defined in enough detail that we can assess whether the activities associated with that project will have an effect on the covered species, what the effect will be, and what measures will be needed to avoid, minimize, and mitigate those effects. That is the standard under the Endangered Species Act. A year ago, we were not at that point, and today, a year later, we're much closer. So, of course, we're not done, but we are much closer. I've been involved in several of these efforts, habitat conservation planning efforts, and I can say that it is rare when working on them that we get the opportunity to advise project applicants on how to design projects to reduce effects on covered species. OSU has invited our team to advise them along the way, working with their leadership and exploratory committee to design a research forest that meets the needs of the research charter, but also minimizes effects and optimizes conservation benefits for the covered species. I have no doubt that the time spent in this past year on the research forest design will save time in the long run during the completion of the HCP and under the analysis under the National Environmental Policy Act, the eventual environmental impact statement that would be done on the HCP, and then the eventual execution of federal permits. So sort of that start slow to go fast idea that we often hear, but I think we've made a lot of progress toward that. In order to make that much progress, the pace of activity has been fast over the past year, as you have heard as well from the previous folks. I certainly applaud the state land staff and OSU, along with Oregon Consensus and the advisory committee, on embracing an open and collaborative process to define and communicate what an Elliott State Research Forest could be. I similarly applaud the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and NOAA Fisheries for being willing to participate in exploratory discussions along the way. So they are much more used to responding to an application that's in front of them or a project that is fully formed, and they have committed staff time to provide feedback on the project as it developed, despite their often heavy workloads. So we appreciate that. You'll hear from them in a minute. We met approximately monthly with their staff and managers to brief them on the project as it evolved. We clarified data that would be used, presented conceptual strategies, and asked for technical guidance, which they thankfully offered. The feedback we received during those discussions has been pivotal at increasing the collective understanding of what a research forest in the Elliott might look like and how Endangered Species Act compliance could be accomplished with an HCP. And I think worth noting, sort of taking it for granted here, but worth noting there's still a collective understanding that an HCP is the right regulatory tool to implement the full vision of the research forest. Those meetings have been very collegial and productive. There's a lot of trust in the room from what I observe in those meetings. So that's a critical element whenever developing a complex process like this. Additionally, I was able to meet with the advisory committee appointed by Director Walker on multiple occasions. I presented information about the HCP, what it is, what it isn't, fielded questions, obtained feedback on how the HCP would work on a research forest. These discussions have similarly been collegial and productive. I think there's a lot of curiosity around what an HCP is and how it might work on a state forest. Going into 2020, I feel good about a collective understanding between all that have been involved about what an HCP is, how it will work, and how it will enable a research vision to take shape at OSU. To be sure, there's a lot of work left to do. Well, 2019 was spent further defining the project, as I described earlier. 2020 will be spent more in the regulatory realm of the HCP itself, actually writing the HCP and developing the strategies that will be put on the ground in the Elliott. Based on what I have observed in 2019, I have full confidence that the process will play out quickly and productively. We'll be working closely with the state and federal agencies, as I mentioned, to draft the HCP. We're targeting having an initial draft of the HCP in front of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and NOAA Fisheries for their review by the fall of 2020. We'll certainly be working with them all along the way like we have in the past year. So by the time we put something on their desk in the fall, there should be no surprises at that point. We should all feel pretty good about where things stand. And, based on my work in this area and other processes I've been involved in, I have every reason to believe that this will be successful going forward. And with that, I'll conclude my comments. And like I said, I'll invite Kim Kratz with NOAA Fisheries and Paul Henson up to the table to provide some brief comments on their behalf.
Good morning and welcome.
Go ahead, Kim. Good morning, Governor Brown, members of the board. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I am Kim Kratz. I'm the Assistant Regional Administrator for the Oregon-Washington Coastal Office for the National Marine Fisheries Service, NOAA Fisheries. And I'm here today to convey to you NOAA Fisheries' continuing support for the development of a research forest plan for the Elliott State Forest. NOAA appreciates the opportunity to have been part of this collaborative and I think productive effort over the past year. NOAA Fisheries remains committed to this effort as we believe that the final plan could be the basis of a habitat conservation plan for the Elliott State Forest, which would provide for the habitat needs of the federally listed Oregon Coast Coho. And this collaboration remains a priority for NOAA Fisheries, and it remains a priority because we believe that there is a significant and enduring value in the biological and ecological security that an HCP would provide for those salmonids that are living within the geography of the HCP. And we remain confident that this can be achieved while addressing the economic, the social, and the environmental goals of OSU and the state of Oregon. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Governor Brown and members of the board. My name is Paul Henson. I'm the state supervisor for U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service here in Oregon, and we have the responsibility for managing under the Federal Endangered Species Act, the terrestrial species and inland fisheries. I worked on the Elliott HCP 25 years ago. My kids weren't born yet, and this year they're both graduating from college, so that gives you a sense of experience I've had with the Elliott Forest on and off over the years.
Congratulations.
And the Elliott and the politics and the science associated with it have gone through a lot of changes during those years. And again, I'm back here to express our support for the completion of a habitat conservation plan on the Elliott, and strong support for consideration of the Elliott serving as a research forest managed by the Oregon State University. I won't repeat the information provided by Troy and Kim and get into any detail, but I would like to express my appreciation for, during those 25 years, this is probably the most creative and transparent part of the process, or version of the process that I've experienced working on this, and so I very much appreciate both that transparency displayed by the state of Oregon and with the other partners involved in the process. As Kim said, we want to complete this HCP in a very timely manner. I don't have any more kids going through college, so I'd like to get it done. And we recognize the importance of this process to the people of Oregon, of all rise, both the rural communities around the Elliott as well as folks who have a strong interest in the Elliott, whether they live close by or not, and they value its importance economically, biologically, spiritually, recreationally, and so on. And we've made it a top priority in my office. I've got several staff that are dedicated to completing this project as soon as we can get it done. So thank you very much, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Well, I have the three of you here. I'm going to take advantage of the opportunity. And while I haven't been on the land board as long as your kids have been growing up and going through college, I've been here now for a decade. And we really struggled in my first years here to move forward on the completion of an HCP. And help me understand what would be different about this proposal that would give me confidence that we would see the HCP to fruition, that we would actually get it completed.
They're all looking at me. I'll start, and obviously Paul and Kim can add on from their experience as well. I think a few things that I would point to, and I'm new to the party here, right? So I can't speak with the same sort of reverence that
I
Paul.
think these two are relatively speaking.
Okay,
So.
as far as the Elliott goes anyhow. And so I think that a couple of things that I sort of observe as I look at this process and as I look back at history and try to learn from that, I do think that that is one thing that is working to our advantage here. We have a lot of history to learn from, and everybody that has come into the process is not shied away from that, is not tried to sort of sweep that under the rug or ignore it, certainly turning towards it and looking at the lessons that can be learned there. So that is one piece for sure. I also think you heard earlier, I think the dean mentioned hundreds of hours of investment of time. There has been no sort of cutting of corners of resources being brought to bear on the process. And I think that is notable because it is a lot of work. These processes are complex. Oftentimes when we're involved, we say the biology is the easy part, and so that is, I think that sets the state up well, and OSU ultimately, if that's the vision going forward, up well for creating a robust process that moves quickly. So I think those are two things that are notably different. I also think that we just know a lot more, the sort of collective we know a lot more about how to do HCPs well, what not to do when we're writing an HCP, and what we definitely have to do so we can be very focused in our effort, at least from a contractor point of view. So those are the highlights that I would note. I don't know if Paul or Kim have anything to add.
I won't tell you how long I've been here working on the Elliott. I appreciate the question, and I think it comes down to we're 10 years down the road with respect to new science and be able to synthesize that. There's different perspectives. There may be a slightly different set of goals behind the potential HCP. And I think the other big significant issue for me is there is at least with NOAA Fisheries, there is a collaboration and a trust and a relationship with the state that we did not have in previous efforts, and I don't want to discount that because we've worked very, very closely with the state over the past year to discuss options for what a plan might look like, and they were very open to our input, and I think that this effort over the past year has been very, very productive and constructive as a result of that.
Thank you. I'll make just a couple of comments about the federal HCP process in my experience working on it now for almost 30 years. And one statement I'll make is or point I'll make is that no two HCPs are the same, even though we have a very prescribed, standardized permitting process. Every HCP is different. And the Elliott State Forest is a unique forest. It's relatively small, but it has a disproportionately high value, set of values in a lot of different ways. Older, much older trees, close to the coast. Its juxtaposition between a bunch of federal lands, a bunch of industrial private lands, give it a certain value. It's different from the Tillamook to the north. It's different from the Siuslaw Forest, National Forest. It's different from the BLM lands nearby. So in that sense, it's very individual. So it's not surprising that it's a complex and controversial project. But having said that, I guess the biggest, to your question, Governor, about, what's been so difficult over these last 10 years in your experience, I think is that it has those values to many different people, and the task of reconciling those values is going to be challenging. That's why this proposal is very creative and unique. And from our perspective, given the decline of the spotted owl due to not just the historic timber harvest that has occurred in the area, but now with the barred owl issue that you've heard about, it takes on a disproportionately higher value. So from our perspective, maximizing the conservation value while still meeting some of these other goals will really be what we look for, and that has been a challenge over the years. I know the dean, forestry dean, talked about climate change. That's another issue as well that we're looking at, not just carbon storage, but for example, the marble murrelet, one of the two permitted species in this HCP, they spend most of their life out in the ocean nearby, and the climate change is affecting the ocean conditions there. So having a safe habitat area for marble murrelets likewise is very important, and the Elliott serves a disproportionately high value for that compared to some of the other nearby lands. So that's been some of the challenges over the last decade or so.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else? Thank you all very much. Really appreciate your time and energy.
Do we need to talk at all?
All right, that was fantastic. I was really glad that the services could be here today, because when I first met with them, they weren't sure that we were serious about accomplishing an HCP. As you heard Paul, he's taken it from babyhood to college. But we were pretty committed and gathered a great group of folks to work with us. OSU has been terrific at bringing in the scientists and the faculty that we need to make this successful. And I think you just heard that it's been going extremely well. So I'm very pleased. I want to now give you an opportunity to hear from the advisory committee. But before I do that, I want to have a moment to say a few things about this great committee. I've got goosebumps because we've worked together for months now. We've really become very close. We understand each other. Sometimes it's a surprise when you get two disparate individuals that actually agree on something. It's a cause for celebration, and we find that happening more and more as we've gone through this process. Everyone brings their own background and their own constituencies with them to the table, but we developed a set of protocols early on through the help of Oregon Consensus about how to manage those, and I think it's gone very well, so that this advisory committee has been very collaborative and transparent. When we first convened this group, we sought people with different perspectives because the Elliott is loved by Oregonians for many different reasons. So we have members who represent conservation groups, timber interests, schools, hunters, and local governments, tribal governments, and more. And over the past year, these 16 people have discussed complex issues that they all care very much about. And they've done so in an open-minded, respectful, and thoughtful manner. I've greatly appreciated their commitment to finding a future for the Elliott we can all be proud of. And as you'll hear later, we do hope they'll keep working with us so they're not quite off the hook yet. But I would sincerely want to thank them for their work thus far. And while some of the members will be speaking today, I would like any member of the advisory committee, whether you're speaking or not speaking, to please stand up and be recognized by the land board. So I got more goosebumps. And I know they don't come just for the food, though one time we didn't have dessert, and I thought I was going to have some pretty upset people on hand, so I brought out my chocolate bowl from my office. But seriously, they've done tremendous work. They've traveled. We've held these meetings in different locations so that we give the public an opportunity to see how we work. We've been in Reedsport. We've been in Coos Bay. We've been in Salem, Corvallis, and Portland. I had to miss the Portland meeting because I had the flu so bad. But I did get on the phone and wish them well that day. But we have really made an effort to make this work. It's really been important. And when we came together, it was made clear to the advisory committee at some point along the way that we're not expecting you to come up with a consensus statement that you provide to the land board. So it was a real pleasure when they indicated they wanted to come up with some kind of a consensus statement, and then also for some of the individual members of the committee to make a statement separately. So that's how we're going to handle this today. Following the remarks from the advisory committee, you'll then hear from tribal leaders. I'll come back up to the table when that concludes. So at this point, I think we have 5 advisory committee members to speak. And so my staff will bring 2 extra chairs. And I think Keith Timchuk, my very good friend for many years, will lead off the group. And all my new good friends from the advisory committee will then speak as to their point of view about this process. So, Governor, I'll take my lead.
Sounds great. I was trying to figure out who looked most like Carrie, so it's good to see you, Keith. Come on in and have a seat, and appreciate you all being here. And we really appreciate the incredible work of the Elliott State Research Forest Advisory Committee. You guys have done terrific and dedicated work. Thank you. All right, Mr. Timchuk.
And if I could lead off by saying, I think all of us, speaking for all of the advisory committee members, the efforts by OSU and the DSL have been terrific. I don't think we could have ever had a better group of agencies and university to work with. I'd especially like to thank Director Walker. Dr. Walker graduated from Reedsport High School the year ahead of me. She graduated in the second best graduating class ever for Reedsport High School. And I'd like to point out to Vicki that who thought all those years ago when we were skipping class and sitting in the student center that we would have both been here today. As the at-large member of the advisory committee, I've been asked to deliver the joint statement. Following the advisory committee's joint statement, several members gathered here of the advisory committee will make individual statements in regards to the advisory committee process. The advisory committee would like to share the following joint statement with the land board today. We agree that important issues have been discussed by people of differing perspectives. DSL and OSU asked for our insight and input on issues or questions of critical importance to the future of the Elliott. Our feedback offered DSL and OSU meaningful guidance, which can be seen in the guiding principles and other elements of the Oregon State University plan that is emerging. The wealth of experience of the members of the committee led to rich and meaningful conversations based on the perspectives of the constituencies represented around the table. This wealth, along with the content experts brought in to educate the committee, has resulted in the committee achieving a strong understanding of the issues facing the concept of creating the Elliott State Research Forest. Additionally, the open and honest discourse among the committee members allowed for diverse perspectives. While our conversations have been productive, We are not finished discussing and resolving these highly complex issues. Further conversations will be critical to a successful outcome. The committee remains resolute to continue our work as we recognize the importance of the endeavor and are encouraged by the opportunity to bring a research forest of this magnitude to Oregon. We appreciate the progress that has been made through the advisory committee process. OSU has demonstrated that there is potential for a research forest to meet expectations for public ownership and access, an HCP which addresses conservation and harvest, local economic benefit, and non-economic education benefits. We acknowledge that not all questions have been answered. Key pieces such as a successful strategy for decoupling and decisions on a governance structure have not been resolved in our discussions to date. As an advisory committee, we agree and recommend that continued exploration of the research forest concept is a worthwhile endeavor and are committed to continuing our work. Our individual perspectives on the Elliott State Forest and our priorities for its future may differ. However, we agree that OSU should be provided the opportunity to address outstanding issues and determine if terms required to resolve those issues are consistent with the Land Board vision for the Elliott. And that ends our joint statement. Governor Brown, Secretary Clarno, Treasurer Reed, it has been an honor to serve on the Elliott State Research Forest Advisory Committee. I can honestly say that I've never been involved in such a process that was more rewarding, more thoughtfully done, or one with more historic potential. The Elliott State Forest is right in my backyard. I know it well. Over the last 40 years, I have driven its roads and hiked its ridges, chasing blacktail bucks and Roosevelt bulls. In that regard, it is a very special place to me. In those 40 years, I've seen it change from a productive working forest, one which helped fill the common school fund coffers, to a forest with a nearly negligible amount of harvest, but one yet still home to the birds, fish, very old stands, and recreational access, which the public also values. I've spent 6 terms as the mayor of Reedsport, and I'm in my 39th year as a public high school teacher in Reedsport. I get the impact the Elliott has, maybe as much as anybody in this room. I am convinced that as the Elliott State Research Forest, these nearly 83,000 acres can meet and provide for all of those values, harvest, conservation, and public access alike, and become the premier research forest in the world. I have no doubt. As you may know, I would hope, I'm a pragmatic and optimistic guy. As such, I generally feel that almost all policy-related issues are 3-beer problems. By that, I mean if you put 2 reasonable people in a room with a 6-pack, they can likely find a resolution before they leave. Alas, the Elliott presents a set of more highly complex issues. Here, maybe the 3-beer rule does not quite apply. In fact, I know that from experience. As my good friend Bob Van Dyke from the Wild Salmon Center and I sat down to several beers apiece earlier this year, and we were not quite able to come up with by ourselves a workable ESRF plan. But because Bob and I couldn't quite, on our own, work out an Elliott State Research Forest plan, that does not mean that Oregon State University, with advisory committee input, will not. In fact, the plan we are working on, one admittedly with much more thought, sweat, and careful consideration remaining, is on the verge of doing just that, of doing something historic, something good for Oregon, something good for education, something good for the values we all share. Again, I have no doubt. Several researchers and experts who have spoken to our advisory committee have pointed out that the Elliott and its environs are in the most perfect place in the world for coniferous forest growth. It seems then that would make the Elliott the most perfect place for coniferous forest research. Recently, Oregon State University was selected as having the 2nd best forestry program in the world. Someplace in Sweden beat them out. Being an alum, I personally feel that the judges were Swedish and that we got homered. But when you have the best place and the best people for a research-based forest, it seems that serendipity is coming with a message. Director Walker and I both grew up in Reedsport. Since 1946, the elementary school children of our lower Umpqua region have participated in a spring tree planting, one where they are bused to recent logging sites and they actually plant thousands of trees. Even in 1946, it was a way to teach the lessons of conservation while still staying true to the cultural values of the region. Both Vicki and I participated in this event several times. Every year, a sign is placed at the site of the tree planting, commemorating the activity of the area school children. This past deer season, as I was hunting quite near the Elliott, I came upon two signs side by side. The first said that the school children of the lower Umpqua had planted trees on that site in 1952. The second, standing immediately beside, commemorated the planting of trees on that site once again in 2004. Those trees are now nearly 30 feet high. Alas, Vicki and I planted our trees much closer to 1952 than to 2004. But we both well remembered that trees grow in our neck of the woods, perhaps better than anywhere in the world, and that generations of lower Umpqua kids truly appreciate all the harvest, conservation, recreation, and educational values that have long been part of the cultural fabric of the lower Umpqua. Indeed, harvest, conservation, recreation, and education are the values of all of Oregon. To meet those values, there is no higher use for the Elliott State Forest than to become the Elliott State Research Forest, and none that better fits the history, better fits the present, and better fits the future of the state of Oregon. This can be a legacy we are all quite proud of. And I'd like the members from left to right to introduce themselves and to make their statements and also the constituency they represent.
Good morning, Governor Brown, Treasurer Reed, and Secretary of State Carno. My name is Bob Solinger, and I'm the Conservation Director for the Audubon Society of Portland. I'm one of 3 members of the Elliott State Research Forest Advisory Committee who were selected to represent conservation interests, along with Bob Van Dyke from the Wild Salmon Center and Mark Stern from the Nature Conservancy, and they're both here today. Other conservation groups, as well as Mark and Bob, may be testifying later in this hearing, but I have conferred with my colleagues to capture high-level themes that Mark, Bob, and I see as some of the key opportunities and challenges ahead. We appreciate the opportunity to participate on the Elliott Committee. It is rare that we have an opportunity to truly resolve a conservation issue of this magnitude, complexity, and controversy. From a conservation perspective, the Elliott represents a remarkably valuable ecological resource. Its older forests provide a stronghold for some of the most imperiled species in the Coast Range, including marble murrelets, northern spotted owls, and coho salmon. The Elliott Committee represents an opportunity to put decades of conflict and controversy behind us and truly provide the Elliott with the protection it deserves. We appreciate the work of Vicki Walker and Division of State Land staff, Jeff Huntington and Oregon State University staff, and Peter Harkema and the Oregon Consensus staff in leading this process. We also appreciate the other diverse stakeholder representatives that have participated in this process. It has been constructive, respectful, and informative, and I think we've done a good job of building a common foundation of understanding. We endorse the joint statement that you have received today on behalf of the Elliott Committee. We see promise in the proposal for an OSU research forest, including a chance to conserve critical habitat, to store carbon, and to learn vital information about forest ecosystems. We urge you today to continue the process and retain some version of the Elliott Committee to help guide it forward. At the same time, we also want to be clear today that there's still much work to be done and very significant outstanding issues. As always, the devil is in the details, and many of the most significant details remain unresolved. We'd like to flag a few of them for you today. First, the research framework that has been developed by OSU does still need some improvement. The framework focuses on comparing varying intensities of timber harvest, including intensive industrial logging. We would have much preferred to see a research paradigm that's centered on climate change and restoration. Second, regardless of the research framework, we'll be looking for a management approach that truly protects older forests, steep slopes, riparian corridors, and imperiled species habitat. The public has already invested $100 million in protecting the Elliott, and the conservation commitments brought by this funding should be substantial, clear, and lasting. We'll be looking for outcomes that set a very high bar for protection and restoration. And we'll be especially focused on how the spatial distribution of different research treatments ultimately impacts the ecological values of the forest. Third, although climate change is not at the core of the proposed research model, it is the primary challenge of our generation. Oregon's coastal forests are some of the most effective carbon sequestering forests on the planet. We are intrigued by the work done to date on the potential to enroll the Elliott in carbon markets and urge DSL and OSU to continue to pursue climate change and related strategies as a primary driver for both funding and managing the Elliott. Fourth, governance and durability will be key factors in our evaluation of this effort. It will be critical that any solution for the Elliott provides certainty to all involved that it is sustainable and enforceable, and that ownership of the Elliott will remain public, transparent, and accountable. And lastly, full decoupling of the Elliott should remain a primary objective of this process. Funding of our schools through timber harvest has not worked well for schools or for forests, and a more stable funding model is needed. As long as management of the Elliott is linked to school funding, there will be ongoing challenges and an inherent conflict of interest not otherwise appropriate for research forests. We should not lose sight of this primary goal to decouple the Elliott. Again, we very much appreciate the opportunity to be part of this work, appreciate our co-stakeholders in this process, and we look forward to working together to bring this to a successful conclusion.
Thank you.
Governor Brown, Secretary Clarno, Treasurer Reed, thank you for the opportunity to be here today to give my opinion about the process that we seem to be in the middle of. And I say in the middle of because we've accomplished a lot, but there's a lot more that needs to be done to bring it to a close. My name is Paul Beck. I'm a fourth-generation forest-dependent Oregonian and father and a grandfather of the next two generations of the same. In theory, I'm here today representing Douglas Timber Operators in a Roseburg-based outfit that represents timber industry and timber-dependent communities in Roseburg. In reality, because our 300 members weren't at the meetings for the last year, my opinions are my own, but they should dovetail closely. When I was initially asked to participate in this group, I said no, capital no. And I've deleted the expletives in that no here today. My reasons for saying no were fourfold. My multi-decade experience with collaboratives and advisory committees was that they were typically cover for the agencies to do what they already wanted to do. The ability of that, if consensus was reached, for an outlier or a group of outliers to put a stick in the spokes and derail the project when it came to the finish line. It's easier to break something than it is to make something. My genuine lack of time to commit to the process was a big factor. And with all due respect, the inability of this board to follow through with decisions that had been made in the past. I was convinced to give this process a shot, and I'm here today to tell you that I'm really glad that I did. It's been a great process. What is beginning to emerge, for lack of a better name, is the preferred alternative from OSU. Has been a good synthesis of all the divergent opinions from around the table. I got to say strongly that it's not my ideal. I didn't expect it to be, and I hopefully nobody at the table expected it to be, but it is a sincere attempt, and it's obvious that OSU listened to the advice that came from around the table, and I appreciate that. It's been very constructive. I still have fear that outliers can derail the project when it gets to the finish line. Like I say, it's easier to break something than it is to make something. If email traffic last week was any indication of that effort is in full swing. I carved out time
for my family, not for my work. I've got a job that requires me to do what I do, but the time that I committed to this came from family commitments. It was worth it. I do strongly believe that the committee members should get college credit for the process. It's been an incredible education. I've been in this business for 40 years. I learned things about marble murrelets that I never thought that I would know. Oregon Consensus did an incredible job of keeping the cats herded and headed the right direction, to keeping it civil. Sometimes we got emotional. Not that I ever got emotional, but it was a great process, and they did an excellent job. All that effort, a year-long effort, will be for naught. We're an advisory committee. We advise. It will be for naught if you don't take that advice. Not only will that kill this effort, it'll kill future efforts. What we're building here today is trust from all sides. So hopefully we'll bear that in mind. The forest-dependent communities of Oregon, especially Southwest Oregon, where I'm from, are dying. They're sick. The economy's bad. We've got bridges failing, and it's all because, in my opinion, it's all because we are making policy and decisions, management decisions that are based on unproven hypothesis, and at best, and mythology at worst. We have beliefs about what the forest is and what happens when we manage these forests. I'm here today to say that the industry I represent, the communities that those industries support, need the science that this would provide. I would love to see policy and decisions based on science rather than mythology and unproven hypothesis. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, Governor Brown, members of the Land Board. My name is Mary Paulson. I'm the Deputy Executive Director of the Oregon School Boards Association, and I represent elected officials, school board members from across Oregon, and the 580,000 school children that they try to give the best possible education they can to. So when you look down the table and you see all the folks that are part of this committee, a lot of people blink when they see me because they can't quite figure out what my role is. But the Common School Fund is what got me to the table, but that's not what has kept me at the table. It's part of it. My colleagues have done an outstanding job with their words and what they had to tell you today. I'm not going to repeat. I would say almost exactly the same thing. I'm not going to repeat that. I concur with what they say. I do want to commend Director Walker and her staff, and Dean Davis and Jeff Huntington for the work that they have done with us. They made this possible. This was a committee that started off at odds and has come together. That is a remarkable feat. And it's been that because everybody in that room passionately cares about what happens to the Elliott Forest. And I would go so far as to say any forest in Oregon would have that same passion around it. Oregonians care about their lands. We're not done with our work. We need a little more time. And that's what it comes down to. And I would strongly encourage you to think and take Director Walker's recommendation to heart. We are trying to fix today's and future problems around environmental issues. This is historic. It'll last for generations, but this group is approaching it with what I said at the last meeting is the pioneering spirit that Oregon was founded on. We just need a little more time to keep our work going. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Good morning, Governor Brown, members of the Land Board. My name is Asha Aiello, and I represent the Oregon Outdoor Council and traditional recreationalists. My colleague on the board is Ken McCall, who's also here from the Oregon Hunters Association. And he and I have conferred, much like Bob and his colleagues, on a few points that we'd like to make. But first, again, I concur with my colleagues. I kind of wish I had gone earlier because, wow, you guys are articulate. But I definitely want to say that OSU, Department of State Lands, Director Walker, Oregon Consensus, we all were kind of side-eyeing each other around the table when we got together for that first meeting. And I mean, at that point, a year later, we're going out for beers, we're making jokes, and it's definitely a point of time that I look forward to every month or every couple weeks, depending on how often we were meeting. So it's been a really historic effort, and on a different task force I'm on, I think another colleague of mine said it best when he said that we have a chance to do something nobody's done before. We have a chance to leave a legacy. This could be our generation, our group's quote-unquote bottle bill. And that's what I look at the Elliott as, is this chance to do something really exciting. From the traditional recreationalist side, a couple of points. The forest really lends itself well to, Elliott lends itself well to dispersed recreation. And we hope that minimizing motorized recreation to the existing road routes and minimizing recreation impacts on wildlife and other resources are important. From the hunter and fisherman perspective, often less development is more. All recreation is useful and all recreation is valued, but when you look at such a unique landscape as the Elliott, it's something we really want to keep in mind. The other side of it is since the 1970s, according to ODFW, Oregon has lost over 30% of its black-tailed deer population and likely more. According to the Black-tailed Management Plan, ODFW attributes this directly to forest management practices and a lack of early sterile habitat. We definitely need to store carbon, and we definitely need to provide for other sensitive species, but I would be remiss in saying, and representing my constituency, that I don't want to see that at the risk of other species being lost as well. Part of that is predation, but a lot of it has been the lack of early sterile habitat. Traditional sportsmen have a vested interest in the perpetuation of our wild places and our wild species. All things considered, we hope that our group and the representatives of the state need to ensure that the actions we take moving forward value all of those things, conservation, carbon storage, but again, for us, a lot of that is the big game species as well. I'll end there, but I just, again, want to congratulate my colleagues in coming together on a really difficult set of issues and making something that I think is going to be very special.
And if we can, we'll try to answer any questions you might have for the entire advisory committee.
Secretary Clarno.
I don't have any questions. I just have a comment. Mr. Timchuk, yeah, I'm from Curry County, so I'm a coast girl as well. And I just want to say to Mr. Beck, thank you for hanging in there. I know what our rural communities are suffering, and I also remember being in the legislature when we first locked up our forest, and I saw what it did to our rural communities, and I want to commend you for staying on the committee and committing your time, because lots of times it's easier when you realize you're the Lone Ranger and you don't have a silver bullet. It's a lot easier to just get off and go home and say they don't understand. But we have to make sure everybody understands everybody's issues. So thank you for your time.
I think you're getting thank yous and nods of heads here. Thank you, Secretary Clarno, and thank you for your very hard work, your commitment, and dedication to collaboration and producing a legacy for Oregon potentially. So thank you.
Thank you.
Love the bottom bill analogy.
Madam Chair, Governor, and members of the board, I believe we now will hear from tribal representatives. I believe Chief Warren Brainerd from the Confederated Tribes of the Lower Unclos-Siuslaw is here, and Robert Kenta from the Siletz. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you both, and good morning. Chief Brainerd, we'll start out with you.
Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you for being here.
I'm Chief Warren Brainerd. I serve on the tribal council of Indians. As you know, the Elliott State Forest is critically important to my tribe since these lands are fully within our Aboriginal territory. Our ancestors not only lived and thrived on these lands, but also actively managed the resource on them for thousands of years. We are the original stewards of the Elliott. We care for the land, and the land cared for us for millenniums before the state required it. Because of this, we believe we can offer expertise and for the future generations in how the Elliott can and should be managed. The management must be balanced culturally, environmentally, social, and economic needs for us all. We have a long history of active engagement regarding the Elliott State Forest at all levels in our tribe. Our tribal council, to our administrators, directors, managers, and staff. We are committed to finding solutions for the Elliott, and our active engagement at all levels in our tribal organization is a testimony to this commitment. We are pleased with the tribal consultation meeting held this past October on our homelands, attended by the Oregon Department of State Lands Director Vicki Walker and Oregon State University President Edward Ray and their respective staff. The dialogue we shared that day was open, honest, receptive, and positive. We therefore endorse and support Oregon Department of State Lands' continued development of work in conjunction with Oregon State University on the plan for transforming the Elliott into a research forest, and we look forward to our continued support and involvement in the future management of the Elliott. Thank you for letting me come before you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Governor Brown, Treasurer Reed, Secretary Clarno, and Kanaway Nasagatilicum, all of our relatives in the room. We've been fully engaged in the process of discussing the concept of the research forest. Mike Kennedy, our natural resources manager, has been the one most...
Robert, can you please identify yourself for the record? It's okay.
Sorry. My name is Robert Kenta. I'm the Cultural Resources Director for the Confederated Tribes of Siletz, last approximately 27 or so years, and also on the elected tribal council almost 15 years now consecutively. So, sorry about that. So we have been engaged in the discussions pretty fully. We're excited about the prospects of the concept coming to fruition. And we want to thank the Land Board and all of the partners who came to the table for the opportunity to view our perspectives on these issues. We have had lots of changes in landscapes and losses in biodiversity and specific habitats throughout Western Oregon, especially over the last 150 or so years. And that's a big concern to us. The landscape is a cultural resource to us, and we look to it for providing many of the things that continue us, not just physically, but spiritually and culturally as people. So the lands included in the Elliott State Forest at one time were part of the Sayusla National Forest and were split off. It was a contiguous piece of the Sayusla National Forest and transferred to the state as part of the federal obligation to the state. And the majority of the Sayusla National Forest is within the original Siletz Reservation as it was established in 1855. Most of that reservation was taken from us over the first few decades of its existence through pretty unscrupulous means. And then eventually even the last of those lands were taken from us, and we were terminated by act of Congress past 1954, along with other Western Oregon tribes and communities. So restoration for us, we were the first in Western Oregon, the second tribe in the nation who had suffered termination to regain federal recognition, and restoration sounds great. It is an event. It wasn't the full
package that it was proposed to be, and we're still moving forward with restoration of our tribal community. We are very appreciative of OSU coming to the table and standing up as they did and engaging in the process as fully as they did. I think there needs to be ongoing conversation around management of forests and landscapes and how we not only maintain what biodiversity we currently have, but ways to restore and regain some of that biodiversity that we have lost. The ongoing cultural values of the forest are important to us and other tribal communities, and we just look forward to continuing to be engaged in that process. Thank you.
Questions? Thank you both very much. We appreciate you traveling here to be with us today. Thank you.
Other copies of the pamphlet, Slits Tribal pamphlet, will be out the front table. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Brainerd and Robert Kenta. I appreciate you coming, and I appreciate all of the advisory committee attendance today. It was terrific to have you here. And Jeff, you've been hiding in the background. Jeff Huntington, I want you to stand up, and I want your team, whoever's here. I know Katie was here a while ago. Can you please stand up and be recognized? Come on, Katie. Thank you. I have to tell you, I appreciate the accolades, but we couldn't have done this without working together as a team, and OSU has really been stellar to work with. And I just can't thank them enough. I can't thank Oregon Consensus enough. Peter has done a yeoman's job, and his team, because sometimes we'd get started on other conversations and you'd have to reel it back. But we stayed with it. And they chuckle because that happened a lot with me. I go off script a lot. So anyway, I just want to let you know that, as you can see, there's a tremendous amount of work that has been done since December of 2018. Here we are headed into the Christmas holiday season again, and I hope you feel a little more comfortable with where we're headed. With the input and insight of tribes, the advisory committee, stakeholders, and the public, the department and OSU have collaboratively made progress on guiding principles, on a research charter and habitat conservation planning. And you can see some of that work here in your appendices. We have a research charter design in Appendix E, and that's just sort of a sketch of what we're looking at. Appendix F is the guiding principles that the advisory committee agreed to and helped assemble. So we have spent a lot of good time together producing some terrific work. OSU has illustrated the current relevance of a research forest and produced an initial framework which shows a research forest may be viable. Development of the research charter is essential to our continued forward movement. Today, the department offers you the following observations to consider. While outstanding topics remain, there is enthusiasm and optimism around continued pursuit of transforming the Elliott into a world-class research forest, and you heard that today from the various advisory committee members and participants. Diverse interests have truly found common ground in the research forest concept and have committed to seeking a future for the Elliott within that concept. And Asha was correct. We kind of all eyed each other at the table at our first meeting, and I made it clear to all of them that they were specially chosen. We really, my staff and I worked really hard to try to find just the perfect folks to sit on this committee that represented the various constituencies, and we wanted people who could be collaborative, and we got exactly what we bargained for. We know that our continuing work must include a number of the following things. Development of a framework for decoupling and compensating the Common School Fund for the value of the forest. Continuation of the habitat conservation planning process, and I was very glad to see the services here today to support our efforts. Development of a governance structure. Decisions on a carbon plan, and I agree that we do need college credit for that whole conversation about carbon. That was very complicated, but it was very worthwhile to hear. Continued engagement with this incredible advisory committee, stakeholders, and the work of the tribes that we have engaged with. And you heard from Chief Brainerd, we did a government-to-government consultation with them. All of the tribes are aware and will ask for a consultation should they desire it. We talk frequently with the tribes and communicate with them. So, and as you know, there are at least 3 tribes represented on the committee. And we also need increased engagement opportunities for the public to provide input, both as part of the research forest exploratory process and during the formal habitat conservation planning process. Given the progress made to date, Madam Chair, members of the board, DSL anticipates that OSU will bring forward a proposal for land board consideration in the fall of 2020. Such a proposal will need to reflect OSU's plans for a research program and long-term management of the forest, a governance structure, and a carbon plan, as well as all elements of the board's vision. So today, I am looking to the land board to indicate whether the work done thus far reflects the direction provided by the board and warrants DSL continuing to work with OSU as their research forest proposal is developed. I thank you for your thoughts and your discussion, and I know we have members of the public here willing and wanting to testify today. So at this time, I'll turn it back over to you, Governor Brown, for any further questions.
Great. Thank you, Director Walker. Here's what I would like to do, given that we have a number of members of the public signed up to testify, and I've got a couple of elected officials. I'd like to take a 5-minute break, give land board members an opportunity to grab a really quick sandwich and come back here. At such time, I would move on to item number 3. Stevens Road track. I know Senator Knopp has been here. I assume Mayor of Bend is here, Sally Russell. And I'd like to move forward with that agenda item, then with the number 4 agenda item, and then come back to the Elliott. We're going to work straight through until 1. But then we are out of time. So go ahead.
No objection to that. I would love to make just a quick comment before we make a break.
Of course.
Thank
Yes,
you.
yes.
And that really is just to associate myself with all of the thanks that have already been expressed to all the people who've been part of this effort, particularly the advisory committee and the Chief Brainerd, Mr. Kenta, and the other tribal folks. I mean, I know I've heard really clearly that there is a lot more work to do, but I don't want to leave this portion of the conversation without saying how struck I am by the goodwill and the trust that you've all built. And I want to add an important thank you that I don't think has been said yet. Someone who's not present, but whose legacy is really central to this conversation. That's the late Dean Thomas Mannis. I know his family is following our conversation and continued work, and I hope they will at least get word of that appreciation. And I know we're going to hear from the public when we come back, but I'm really encouraged by the momentum that you all have built. So please accept our thanks.
And I hope there will be further time for questions and conversations amongst board members following public testimony. Secretary Clarno.
Governor Brown, thank you for considering the distance that Senator Knopp and Mayor Russell have traveled, and they need to travel back home today. And as one who goes across the pass every weekend, the sooner we can get them back before dark, the better off they'll be.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So we're going to take it's going to be a hard 5-minute break.
Governor, we do have separate rooms for you all.
Okay.
To go in.
Silly.
I'm just going to bring my Cliff Bar. I'm not proud of what I'm eating. My Cliff Bar back here and just nibble it here. So land board members are welcome to do the same.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Right. We also have a display out here in the foyer on the Stevens Road property.
I don't know that I moved us into recess, but we're now out of our recess. It's 11:50. It's December 10th, 2019. Given sort of scheduling issues, we're going to go ahead and move forward on the action item number 4 on the agenda, and then we'll come back to Stevens Road when our Deschutes County folks have returned, and then we'll wrap up the time with the Elliott. I'm just going to be up front. We have over 30 people signed up to testify regarding the Elliott. We're not going to have time to hear from everyone. So I can take the first half, we can do a minute apiece, and then we'll have time for everyone. I just want folks to start thinking about what you could do to help with scheduling. We can take written testimony as well. All right, Director Walker.
Thank you, Governor. Agenda item 4 is whether the State Land Board should adopt permanent rules to impose restrictions on the public recreation use of state-owned banks and islands on the Willamette River within the city of Eugene and in Portland around the Swan Island area from River Mile 1 to 11, including the Swan Island Lagoon. Those authorities are set out below. I will give you a little bit of the background. On April 9th of this year, the State Land Board, you all authorized the department to amend its rules to impose restrictions on state-owned lands in Lane County. On June 11 of this year, the Land Board authorized the department to amend its rules for imposing restrictions on state-owned land in Multnomah County. And the purpose of these rulemaking efforts was to impose restrictions on the public recreational use of state-owned banks and islands on the Willamette River within the city limits of the city of Eugene and Lane County, and on the banks of the Willamette River between River Mile 1 and 11 within the city limits of the city of Portland in Multnomah County. And we had a pretty extensive presentation for you in June with some diagrams and pictures on the screen to help you focus on where those are occurring. And the reason for all of that is because of all of the illegal camping and the problems that it's creating along the riverbanks and not allowing others to enjoy the river and the state lands. After the August 2019 Rulemaking Advisory Committee meeting in Portland regarding the Swan Island area closures, the department received another request from the Port of Portland for additional river miles to be closed on the Willamette River that extended from the area around Swan Island. In an effort to preserve public trust values for all Oregonians and to be as efficient as possible, the department decided to combine the August request for the portion of the Willamette River that was already discussed with the current proposed rules by extending the river miles to be between River Mile 1 and 11 instead of between River Mile 9 and 10. The Rules Advisory Committee, otherwise known as the RAC, was notified of this change, and there was consensus to extend the miles of the proposed rules they had discussed during the RAC meeting that was held in Portland. The remainder of the Port of Portland's request that was received in August was approved by the State Land Board at the October 2019 meeting to initiate rulemaking in 2020 after these rules become effective. On page 3 in your packet of agenda item 4, you'll see the Rules Advisory Committee's involvement and who all those folks were. A notice of proposed rulemaking hearing was sent to interested parties and stakeholders and posted on the department's website, along with a news release sent to the department's listserv participants and local media outlets for the prospective areas. Furthermore, the statement of need and fiscal impact required by the Oregon Secretary of State's office was presented to the Rules Advisory Committee for their review and comment during the RAC meeting. The department held a total of 3 public hearings on the proposed rules. The hearings were held in Eugene for the Eugene Islands on October 16, in Portland for the Swan Island area on October 21, and for both Eugene and Swan Island in Salem on October 22. The Eugene hearing had 9 people in attendance and 6 6 people provided comment on the proposed rules. The October 21 and 22 public hearings had no one in attendance. There were 82 comments received from the online submittal process. Of those received online, 5 of the comments received were against the restrictions becoming permanent. These comments are available through the public records request process. The recommendation is that the department recommends that the Land Board adopt the proposed changes to the Oregon Administrative Rules for public recreational use of state-owned property in Lane and Multnomah counties under OAR 141-088-0210 and OAR 141-088-0220 to be effective on January 1, 2020. And you will find in the appendices the final rules and the notice of proposed rulemaking.
Thank you. Any questions for Director Walker? The chair would move the adoption of changes to the administrative rules governing the recreational use on state-owned land, OAR 141-088-0210 and 141-088-0220. Action item number 4. Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing and seeing none, the motion is approved. Thank you both very much.
All right, thank you, Governor. I'm pleased that we've done that because now the city of Eugene will provide the law enforcement services. We were not able to get that done until the final rulemaking was done. So without any objection then, I'll turn to agenda item 3. And after the conclusion of that, I just wanted to give you a brief update under other before you turn to public testimony so I can tell you about the sales of property that we recently had. So here on agenda item 3, we're here to discuss the Stevens Road tract in Bend and whether the State Land Board should authorize the department to sell the area of the Stevens Road tract within the urban growth boundary in a brokered transaction. The authorities are set out below. And as I mentioned before the break, we have a display board out here in the foyer to give folks more information about Stevens Road. We'll have some testimony from local elected officials before that, and then we'll have our brokers come up and have a conversation about how we're managing this process. Sale of the Stevens Road property provides a significant opportunity for the Common School Fund and the City of Bend. In 2016, 382 acres of the property were brought into the Bend urban growth boundary. Bend's comprehensive plan, and there you see it on the screen there. Bend's comprehensive plan calls for those acres to be developed into a complete community with a mix of housing and employment uses, a concept that's appealing to potential buyers and the community alike. When master planning and annexation are complete, the UGB acreage will be ready for development into a thriving community. A July 2019 appraisal demonstrated the increased value of the property of completing the planning and annexation processes. The department has determined that sale of the UGB acres with the department and the successful bidder entering into a purchase agreement with an extended contract period to allow for completion of land use processes would appeal to potential buyers, support the community interests in development of the property, and obtain the best value for the Common School Fund. And our brokers will talk about that process. The Stevens Road tract is located east of Bend at the intersection of 27th Avenue and Stevens Road. The property is Common School Fund land. The Act of Congress admitting Oregon to the Union granted our state sections 16 and 36 of every township for the use of schools. But sometimes that land had already been deeded to someone else. So the state was allowed to choose other public lands in lieu of the lands we were granted. The department acquired this tract as in lieu lands from the Bureau of Land Management in 1997. The property was surveyed in early 2019 and totals 643 acres in 2 parcels. The western 382 acres within the UGB and the eastern 261 acres outside the UGB. Approximately 12 of the UGB acres are already annexed into the city and zoned residential standard density. The remaining UGB acres are now eligible for annexation. And I will say that originally, some years ago, the city and the DSL had applied to have all of that property brought into the urban growth boundary, and it was denied. It was rejected by DLCD and sent back, and therefore the city then put forward the proposal to bring in the 382 acres. Ben's comprehensive plan for the UGB acres calls for a mix of residential, commercial, and industrial uses. A property map is included as Appendix A, it's also on your screen, and a property survey is included as Appendix B. The Land Board in October of 2017, just 2 years ago, authorized the department to initiate due diligence actions for potential sale of the Stevens Road tract. In April of 2019, the department commissioned an appraisal to evaluate the current market value of the tract, as well as the value added by completing additional planning and land use processes. The appraisal indicated that selling the entire tract in a single transaction would result in a greatly reduced sale price. The appraiser noted that buyers interested in land within the UGB, developable in the near term, were not the same buyers who would be interested in a parcel outside the UGB, which is developable on a long-term timeline. Selling the entire tract was estimated to result in obtaining a 29% lower price for the acres outside the UGB. The department did not feel that was an acceptable alternative. The appraisal additionally indicated that completion of additional planning and remediation work would greatly increase the sale price of the UGB acres. The appraiser considered the potential value of the tract after a master plan is prepared, the land within the UGB annexed, and an existing landfill remediated, because there is an old landfill on the site. The expected sale price of the acres inside the UGB after annexation is approximately double the sale price prior to annexation. So you can see why we're really anxious to increase the value opportunity. The appraisal also noted that additional development work could increase the sale price, but would increase the risk. Subdividing the land, adding major infrastructure in phases, and selling small parcels over 20 years has the potential to net significant increases in return, but also increases risk due to the extended ownership timeline. The potential value of the tract after 20 years, assuming the entire tract will eventually be within the UGB, is approximately 8 times the current value. So it's significantly more, but the department did hear from the land board that a 20-year ownership period was not really something they were interested in. So in response to the information gathered in the appraisal, the department in the spring of 2019 submitted a property line adjustment application to the city of Bend to align the existing parcel boundaries within the UGB. This alignment offers more flexibility in sale transactions with the intent of increasing the value of the parcel. So it separated the UGB from the non-UGB property and got us all ready to go. Sale and development of the Stevens Road tract has the potential to provide significant benefit to the city of Bend, and Mayor Russell and Representative Helt, I understand Senator Knope are here to talk about that, and we'll have them up in a few moments. A city report on implementation of the Bend Urban Growth Boundary Extension concluded that the development impact of the acres inside the UGB will exceed $450 million after full build-out. This shows the significance of this land in the future development of Bend. The report also estimates that the build-out of the Stevens Road tract will result in incremental growth of 880 jobs, through 2028. Additional jobs would be created through development of the required 50-acre large lot industrial parcel that is to be completed within that expansion. DSL also gathered community perspectives regarding the potential sale. A public comment was held from October 17 to November 16 and included a public meeting in Bend on October 29. A comment summary and all comments received are included as Appendix D. And the poster board is out there for you to learn more. Though perspectives varied regarding potential sale of the land, many indicated interest or concern in the form of future development may take. Comments also noted that the current recreation opportunities provided by the land would be lost if the property were developed. Also mentioned was the need for housing in Bend and the potential for the property to add homes. Taken as a whole, the comments demonstrate the community's desire to continue discussing what the future holds for the Stevens Road tract. The public involvement opportunities provided by a master planning process will allow those conversations to continue and concerns and opportunities to be addressed. Bend Mayor Sally Russell and Representative Sherry Helt are here today, as well as Senator Tim Knope, and Sally and Sherry were also present at the public hearing that we had. I truly appreciated the mayor's presence because she was able to bring back into the conversation what really needs to occur at the property, because some of the comments got a little far afield, and so it was nice to have the mayor there to help bring that back to the table. So at this time, before I bring up the brokers, I'd like to bring Mayor Sally Russell, Representative Sherry Helt, and Senator Tim Knope to the table, and I'll step aside and they'll have a conversation with you about what they'd like to see.
Thank you. Come on up. And I don't see Senator Knope here, but hopefully we'll get him on record.
We're going to bring Carolyn.
It's totally fine. Hi, good to see you. Thank you all for being here. Take it away, Mayor Russell.
So truly our pleasure. Thank you for putting us on your very uber-full agenda today and really working with us to move this project forward. So Governor Brown, Secretary Clarno, Treasurer Reed, it's truly my honor to sit here with Carolyn Egan and Representative Helt to try to move this project to the finish line. When I was elected to Bend in 2012, when we started working on the remand for the UGB project, and then we approved it in 2016, we were really thrilled at the opportunities that were embedded in this plan and looked at the synergy between all of the opportunities inside the urban growth boundary as well as the extension areas on the edge. And they all work together as a unit. So I'm going to read you some prepared comments. We have staff here. We have extended background, and we can dig into any corners and information that you specifically need, and I may lean on other people around me to get to what you really need to know today.
I totally understand that. So.
I can't hold it all in one head. So on behalf of the Bend City Council, I certainly urge your support for putting the Stevens Road tract up for sale and for ensuring that it remains on a speedy path to private development. We ask the state to expeditiously solicit proposals for private purchase and development of this land, and to accept the proposal that best meets the state's common school fund obligations and the many needs of the local community, none more important than housing, as we all in this room know. The city's recently revised comprehensive plan, combined with the many housing-focused policy and funding tools we've created, will ensure that this land accommodates the full range of housing types needed by Bend's rapidly growing community. And as our council and all our goal setting and our policy making, we have been focusing hard on the missing middle as well as the deed restricted affordable housing in all the work that we've done. And we are moving the needle, and we're going to get to that in a moment. As you've no doubt read from the public comments, our comprehensive planning process involved extensive public input and received broad-scale support from the community, unanimous support from local elected officials, and strong support, in fact, outright praise from the Department of Land Conservation and Development. The plan's ability to address our continued housing crisis received tremendous scrutiny and has passed with flying colors. I like that part. You may also be aware that the entire Stevens Road tract will be master planned. Doing so will ensure that needed housing is provided within the complete community, as you heard about earlier. That context, which includes employment, commercial uses, protection for unique natural resources, parks, trails, open spaces, schools. It's all there. Beyond Bend's comprehensive plan, we've developed and implemented numerous housing policies and programs, many of which are first of their kind for Oregon. So again, Missing Middle, Cascades East Transit, the voluntary density bonus. You know, I stood behind you, Governor Brown, as we signed the 2001, really trying to move the needle forward for the entire state, using a lot of the work that we had developed and we're beginning to test in Bend and Central Oregon, but specifically Bend. So as you've likely noted, the city has been at the vanguard of statewide advocacy. Again, we've helped shape and supported these policies. As a result of all this work, we're confident that we have the tools in place to ensure that our ambitious housing goals for Stevens Road Tract will be met. And yet, despite all this work, some have called for portions of the Stevens Road Tract to be encumbered with deed restrictions. We are concerned about this, requiring that low-income housing be provided. While well-intended, we feel strongly that state-imposed restrictions of this nature will actually hinder our ability to hit our housing targets. So, a few points sort of to follow down this road for a moment. Deed restrictions for Stevens Road were never seriously contemplated nor advocated for during the local planning process, and I talked about that at the beginning of my statement here. And not a single interest objected to the plan for Stevens Road because of sort of this broader context in which Stevens Road and this parcel fits into the development plans for our community as a whole and what we need to bring up fast in the realm of affordable housing. And I think this is sort of a fun thing, so we slipped it in. Many other city governments in Oregon and beyond have contacted Bend's staff directly, and I hear that Carolyn Egan has a drawer of business cards of all the people who are really calling to our community and asking for ways to sort of really crack this nut in new, effective, innovative, long-term, lasting solutions. So in imposing deed restrictions to date, we've been very carefully to avoid over-encumbering our residential land supply in light of the limited availability of financing for deed-restricted projects. Because of the limited funding, the imposition of complete deed restrictions on Stevens Road would inhibit the development of affordable housing on Stevens Road and put Stevens Road in direct competition with other opportunities. Again, I've talked about that. We are also concerned that state-imposed requirements for deed restrictions would decrease the sales price of Stevens Road, resulting in lost revenue for the state and running counter to the state's common school fund obligations. We know that's very important value in this discussion. In short, we'd urge the State Land Board in the strongest terms possible to avoid imposing such restrictions on Stevens Road. Lastly, and moving on from housing supply, I am tremendously proud to say, I'm always proud of what Bend is doing these days, to say that our city's newly approved climate action plan will help ensure that many forward-looking policies and practices related to energy efficiency and climate mitigation are incorporated into the planning and the development of Stevens Road. In summary, Stevens Road offers a unique and amazing opportunity to address the entirety of the community's needs in a well-planned and comprehensive manner. So we ask for your blessing to ensure that this land finds its way into private ownership with local expertise and strong financial backing, and with all the work that we have done within the city of Bend, we think this is the best, most effective way to meet the goals of the state and our community. So thank you for your time. And finally, I'm going to ask if Carolyn hasn't always shared with you, I think you may have gotten this earlier today, but this shows what we've done sort of in the first 6 months in our goal of 3,000 housing units and moving towards that. And this is what we have in the pipeline. And we are now beginning to see in our planning department the effect of all these policies and strategies that we're implementing in Bend to get the type of housing that our community needs to keep it well balanced and serving everyone in our community with our housing needs. So thank you.
Carolyn, do you have anything?
Thank you so much. I'm Carolyn Egan. I serve as the City of Bend's Economic Development Director. And I really just had 2 points I wanted to share. I really wanted to compliment the DSL staff. They have been so good to work with. A lot of this project evolved as we started to understand all of the pieces, and their willingness to understand the City of Bend's master planning process and all of the pieces that will be required to be negotiated as part of the master plan process. I couldn't ask for any more. And the proposal that you heard from Director Walker today really is in with how long we do. We are seeing the negotiation for annexation areas in the City of Bend taking. So Brooks Resources was on the west side. It took 18 to 24 months for them to figure out who's going to pay for what improvements where. Really significant investments in water, sewer, and transportation, as you're all familiar with UGB expansions. The same thing on the northeast edge of Bend, and we expect the same thing on the southeast side. So we're really thankful that they were willing to work with us, and their brokers really seem to understand the nuance of what it's going to take to bring this property to market. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Representative Helt.
Thank you. Thank you, Governor Brown, Secretary Clarno, Treasurer Reed, and all committee staff. I am very thankful to be here and proud to stand along with my mayor and my city. I also want to thank Director Walker and her staff. I brought forward a House bill this session, House Bill 3242, and the Department of State Lands and the staff was very receptive to trying to find a way to make a solution to a problem that we had in our city, which was this piece of land on Stevens Road that has been put inside the UGB but is owned by the state. And so we wanted to find a way to get it into the city's hands, to get it planned, because we have such excellent planners and they do such a great job. We are the 3rd largest growing city in the United States, which comes with its own challenges. And this is one of them, growing, and with our UGB process, we have to make sure we're nimble, and we're nimble enough to get the most fiscally responsive dollars that we can to feed our common school fund, while also making sure that we have supply for housing in our community. Our median home price is $450,000 in the city of Bend, and it is driven a lot by supply, and we desperately need this land to make sure that we can bring that price down and make sure we have affordable homes in our city. And so I want to thank you very much for finding a solution and having the Department of State Lands staff and director work with me to get to this point that we are at today so that we can solve this problem for Bend. And I also want to point out that it is going to take 2 years before this piece of land will be sold and closed. So I'd like to make an ask that if you so choose to move this piece of land, that we try and be as expedient as possible so that we can get that price down. $450,000 for our median home is just unthinkable. And so I'm trying to do everything that I can, supporting 2001 this session, to make sure that we can get that middle housing taken care of. And I really believe with our city planner and our mayor and our senator, we can move this and do some good work for Bend and bring some relief to the housing crisis that we're experiencing. Thank you for your time, and thank you for having this hearing today.
Thank you. Senator Knopp, welcome, and my apologies regarding the schedule.
That's okay. Thank you, Governor Brown, Treasurer Reed, Secretary Clarno, Director Walker. Appreciate you all and staff and your attention to this issue. I'm an East Side guy. I was brought up on Bend's East Side. I've lived most of my life on Bend's East Side, and we always anticipated that the city was going to grow east. Well, the state, as you know, has a very convenient parcel of land that's within the urban growth boundary. And we all know the laws of supply and demand can't be suspended. And so because it's a large chunk, the lack of a sale of this property would be detrimental to the city and the citizens of Bend. And so we would simply ask that, to the degree that you can, to advance the sale in a expeditious way, but also in a thoughtful way, but also with as few encumbrances as possible, because ultimately what that does is it makes it more of a challenge for the sale of the property. And you know that if there are very few people who have property in their hands, it makes it difficult for everyone to compete. And so the more supply that's out there in people's hands is a benefit to the city and also to pushing down our very high entry-level price. And so my experience in affordable housing and development of property for affordable housing tells me that working with the city, which the city has made great strides and great plans in attempting to make sure that there's supply available of affordable housing, I have no doubts that this piece will end up with affordable homes and what we call workforce housing, middle housing, and will be a great benefit to the citizens of Bend, and would encourage your favorable vote to sell this Stevens Road property and make some money for the Common School Fund. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Knope. Mayor Russell, like Senator Knope, I'm a Portland East Sider, and so as I review the messages from your constituents, and I guess in mine, over the weekend, what became very clear is that there was a level of, maybe frustration is too strong a word, but folks felt like the east side of Bend didn't have the same level of investments regarding infrastructure and regarding open spaces. And I'd love for you or your team to address the traffic and transportation issues that may go along with more housing developments on this particular tract, but also sort of the open space needs of the east side of the community. Just for the record, not that I'm a bitter east side Portlander, but we really felt like east side has gotten the short end of the shrift in Portland. So I'd love to hear from you in response to that.
Well, I'll look for any support from my team, but I'll take a start at it. You know, most of the huge part of the east side was really county that was annexed in, and so it was developed in a more traditional subdivision fashion. It didn't have a lot of sort of those small nucleus neighborhood type areas that were developed sort of in earlier cities at that time. So part of it is just sort of the generational evolution of development of cities and sort of, so we're going back, right? So now we're going backwards to fix that. So with the opportunity areas and the expansion areas, we have planning to bring in those commercial and places where people can have jobs close to where they work, and make sure that their schools, and work with the parks department to make sure that their parks closer by. So we're dropping that into the east side all over. And part of it is it's still in the planning process, right? We finished that plan in 2016, we're in 2019. So we're beginning to move that forward. Some of it's coming out of the ground, some of the schools are coming out of the ground, some of it's not. We also, both with our our CIP and our transportation system plans, and then hopefully we're going to be able to take up on to the voters. We're looking at some of those key infrastructure, east, west, north, south, just connections and efficiencies at intersections throughout our city that we need, and hope to get some extra help in just building that out. And certainly some of the funding that we got through 2017, again, will help us with a really critical intersection at the north end of Bend.
I'm going to jump Okay. So I think specifically to address your concerns, I think the community recognized that lack of investment on the east side, and that's exactly why the Stevens Road parcel was planned in the comp plan the way it was. It's a complete community with jobs and schools and open space. You'll specifically see in the comp plan, we acknowledge the bat caves and wanted to provide a way for whomever develops this parcel to keep that recreation area. But a lot of flexibility with the RS acreage, not just for traditional subdivisions, but also to allow for schools and open space. But then 52% of the housing units that are planned for this area have to be multifamily or single family attached. That's a completely different trend than the housing mix in Bend. And so absolutely acknowledging that east side, west side difference and really trying to drive that desirable community feel that we see on the west side of Bend on this parcel, and then also in the northeast side of Bend. Finally, regarding transportation, I think that's why you start to see this timeline for master planning. There's millions of dollars of transportation investments that whoever owns this property will have to put in this part of town, and we want to allow time for really thoughtful partnerships and design of that transportation system. And the city has two major east-west corridor work going on right now, which will provide exactly what the neighbors are asking us, a better connection east side of Bend to west side of Bend, and also just better mobility inside the southeast quadrant of Bend. And that all happens through this plan.
Thank you. Did you want to add something, Representative Hall?
Yes, thanks, Governor Brown. I'm going to put on my school board hat, which I retired.
That was my next, I was going to my next one, so go ahead.
Oh, good.
No, yeah.
We're right on track together here. So with my school board hat, we have a campus-like setting on the west side of Bend. We have a high school, a middle school, and an elementary school, all in one section that is walkable from neighborhoods. And we partnered with the city of Bend in our last bond to be able to put a high school, and we're in the process of building that high school on the east side of Bend, which will serve this community if you so choose to sell this property, and we can have kids go to that school. And there's also room for a middle school and an elementary school over in the same area. So we are thinking of how do we make both sides of town have equitable access to education. And this is a really big project that we're underway with, and we've put in a roundabout also to address the traffic that will come from the high schools along in partnership with the city of Bend. And so that's not from my legislative hat, but from my school board hat, and that's something that I'm really proud of, to make sure that everybody has really great access to great school buildings.
And so I'll add on to that. So with these schools, if they're commercial buildings, commercial zoned areas that builders are now interested in, there's a park investment that's right next to the school that's coming out of the ground and the school that's planned for it. Again, we're asking for investments in that road infrastructure. It's a package, right, that we're dropping into this area that hasn't had those amenities so close together and historically.
Thank you. So my other question has to do with housing, and both Representative Halt and Senator Knope were very articulate about the needs for workforce housing, missing middle, which I am very concerned about. I am meeting with educators in the Central Oregon region, and I know with the Student Success Act, there's going to be more opportunity to hire. At the same time, where are these folks going to live? So I heard missing middle. Tell me a little bit more about how I can be assured that we're going to put the appropriate amount of investment in affordable housing in this region as well.
So that's a terrific question. We're grappling with the same thing. So in Bend, we're really specific about deed-restricted affordable housing, and then affordable housing, which you may call needed housing. So when it comes to deed-restricted affordable housing, we don't have any, there were no requirements on this parcel through our UGB, which is different. We had other expansion areas through the UGB process where we went ahead and put an encumbrance on for deed-restricted affordable. The goal here was to have the broadest mix of housing. And if you think of families going through, they need little housing when they start and then little housing at the end and more housing in the middle. Really,
I wish I'd kept the little housing. We're in the big house now.
That's right. You want to go back to that. And I think that's the one thing our community is grappling with, is we have both sides going. We have families wanting to downsize in Bend, and we have families wanting to grow in Bend, or just get to Bend, right? And so we really, that's what you see in this housing mix. When we started our UGB, 75% of the housing stock in the city of Bend was single-family detached housing, and getting larger and larger as we went through. And it was a really tough community conversation about going to smaller, attached single-family residences, duplexes, triplexes, and multifamily. And that's exactly what you see encumbered in this plan, is not necessarily the deed-restricted affordable, although Lynn McConnell in my office will tell you she will find everyone who's willing to deed-restrict affordable housing unit in Bend. But really, it's the mix of housing. So the smaller units, the multifamily units is what we are leaning on and leaning really hard on in this plan to make sure that families in Bend can find the housing that they need, get the supply online quickly, and at least hold off on any more increases to that median home price and hopefully drive it down. But that only time will tell. And the more quickly the land becomes available to build on, the more likely we have to influence that price curve.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions. Does anybody else? Secretary Clarno, Treasurer Reed? I don't see any further questions, so thank you all very much. Peggy Lynch, also wanting to testify. Okay, all right. I'll put Peggy on, and then we'll come back to the brokers.
Good morning, Peggy Lynch, League of Women Voters of Oregon. I would not take your time except that my local league has asked me to speak on their behalf in part. The league notes that the comments have been received from interested parties and the general public, many from Bend. We appreciate the following statement in the staff report. Taken as a whole, the comments demonstrate the community's desire to continue discussing what the future holds for the Stevens Road tract. The public involvement opportunities provided by a master planning process will allow those conversations to continue and concerns and opportunities to be addressed. The planning of the property should be in local hands under the statewide land use planning program. But we believe that these local decisions should consider where we live, work, shop, and play, and how we get there. And that the use of demographics and income levels of the area are important as housing needs are considered, along with jobs and shopping opportunities, and that compact communities provide for a reduction in greenhouse gases, an issue of grave concern to the League. We are pleased to report that the Deschutes County League of Women Voters is currently conducting an affordable housing study that will help inform future land use decisions. We support the staff's recommendation to sell the Stevens Road tract as provided in the staff report. And thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Peggy. We appreciate your regular attendance at our land board meetings. Come on up, Director Walker, and I think you have a panel or...
I do.
Okay.
At this time, I'd like to, and I appreciate all the comments that we heard today. Clearly, there's a lot of support for this property, and it was quite a pleasure to go out to the community. Right now, I'd like to bring up the brokers from Cushman and Wakefield, Matt Davis and Matt Johnson. So basically, we call them Matt Squared. And they're going to be able to provide us an overview of how the property will be marketed and how proposals will be evaluated in the sale transaction structure. And while they're getting settled, I do want to say, because we're crunched for time today, they were also our brokers on the Helvetia property in Hillsborough. As I indicated, we signed the paperwork on that on Friday, and we sold that property for $4.45 million, and it will close on the 16th of December. And the Milliken Road property in Prineville has also been marketed through Cushman and Wakefield. That was appraised at 3.2, and we have an offer of 4.5. And that will take, this is two juxtapositions. That will take a longer period of time. The buyer wants an 18-month closing, and we will, Cushman and Wakefield negotiated for us to get quarterly cash payments that will be non-refundable. And the purchaser will, if they walk at the end of the deal, we get those cash payments. But the 18 months is necessary for the closing because the purchaser needs to do their due diligence on the property, and they're fully aware of the power accessibility issues. And it is a data center that is a purchaser. So we hope that goes through. But I can't tell you enough how much I appreciate the work of Cushman and Wakefield. And so these two gentlemen now will talk to you about how we're going to market this property. So I'm going to turn the mic over to you.
Great. I'll jump in. So my name is Matt Johnson. I'm an executive managing director at Cushman & Wakefield, and I lead our public sector practice group for the Pacific Northwest.
My role on this project and work that we do with municipalities, governments, regulated industries throughout the Pacific Northwest is to develop the right strategy and the right approach to drive optimal results for our clients, and also making sure it's being communicated in a way that supports well-informed, strategic, and defensible decisions. For this particular project, it's a little bit unique, so we had to reach out to our land advisory group, Matt Davis, who we're working on a few projects with in and around the Portland area. And I'll let Matt talk about our recommended approach and proposed timeline.
Thank you. My name is Matt Davis. I'm a director with Cushman & Wakefield in the Land Advisory Group, and our team actually runs the Land Advisory Group for North America for the company. So all of our business is focused on land sales throughout the West, and through the collaborative effort of the Land Advisory Group, we've got about 110 professionals whose primary business focus is the sale of land. We work collectively to understand best practices in the industry, trends throughout the country, and prospects throughout the region and the country who are out there looking for opportunities like this. With that expertise, we've met with the city of Bend. We were at the public hearing in Bend a month or so ago, and we've been developing a strategy and marketing program that we're ready to move forward with in anticipation of approval today. With that, the structure you've heard is similar to a traditional real estate transaction, with the inclusion of an extended contract period that allows the buyer time to complete their due diligence and ultimately the annexation and master plan of the project. Given the relatively large size of the project and the appeal of the Bend market, we anticipate that interested bidders will be local, regional, and potentially national development firms with expertise in master plan communities. It's a diverse product type, and it takes substantial capital, and the source of that capital needs to be very patient to work through this process. The types of market participants and their capital partners prefer the structure that we're recommending because it helps them reduce risk through the entitlement process. In essence, they don't have to purchase the land until they know that the project that they're intending to build has been approved. It's also a function of the master plan process being complex, expensive, and time-consuming. The complexity comes from the multiple product types. You've heard about the various residential densities from multifamily all the way to single family. And in addition to that, you've got commercial and industrial uses as part of this project. So we anticipate that the master plan developer will have expertise in projects that include various product types. And ultimately, once the project approvals are in place and the infrastructure is complete, they will likely sell to builders or users of the specific product types, for example, an industrial user or a single-family home builder. Those would be the people that are kind of the next step in the process. The expense, as you've heard, it comes from the substantial infrastructure needs of road realignments and expansions to meet the needs of the community, as well as parks and other things that will be included in the master plan project, water delivery system upgrades and such. The time-consuming part of it is the master plan and annexation process, 6 to 8 months to get with your consultants, do the necessary investigations for traffic, engineering, and all of that, and then move forward with the city, probably about a 12-month process from the time you actually submit your full application. So we anticipate that to get the master plan and annexation complete is at least 24 months. It's possible that the market could ask for time to get further approvals, but we would navigate that as it comes. We're essentially ready to hit go in anticipation of approval. We would expect launching early January after the holidays with the marketing program. We expect that to take 3 to 6 months to finish the program from where we're at today, generate competitive buyer pool, generate sufficient interest. Once we're there, we'll establish a bid deadline. We'll instruct bidders to include business terms typical to a real estate transaction, price, deposit, timeline. Given some of the beyond the numbers concerns and issues that we want to address, we would also ask bidders to address how they intend to include affordability and sustainability into the project beyond what the comprehensive plan addresses.
Once we have bids in place, we'll work through a competitive process to get ultimately to a short list of final qualified bidders. From there, we expect negotiation to take 1 to 3 months to get a purchase agreement negotiated and in place. Once the purchase agreement is agreed to and signed by both buyer and seller, we would open escrow, there'd be a refundable deposit made, and due diligence investigations would commence. After due diligence period, the deposit would become non-refundable, and then we would move through the entitlement phases of the project where the developer would actually work with their consultants in the city to reach approvals. During that time, depending on the negotiations, there may be additional non-refundable payments made. We would also typically recommend that there are extensions built into the contract, that if the process is taking longer than we anticipated at the front end, there are abilities for the buyer to extend at a cost non-applicable and non-refundable to the project. So the goals are aligned to move as quickly as possible. So that's the general approach. This is something that is an exciting project. It's complex. We've met with the city, and I think everybody's got the same understanding of the level of excitement that we expect from the marketplace. And it's a consistent project with a comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan is freshly updated, so it's great to be able to take that to the marketplace with the local excitement. And as noted previously, we're not recommending the sale of the land outside the UGB at this time. That land is really a hold for investment, for future development when the UGB is expanded. And at this time, the discount to that would be so substantial that you'd essentially be making a lateral transaction to a group that is similar to you, and that they're patient, and it's just going to sit there for a while. So if there's no time constraints on the state, we'd recommend holding that until such time as the UGB is expanded, and then you can take it to market and find a developer similar to this transaction.
Great. Thank you. Questions?
Good question.
Secretary Clarno.
Will you have a timeline on your due diligence process?
We will make a recommendation to the marketplace. Typically, we recommend a due diligence period and an entitlement period that we think is reasonable based on conversations with staff in the city and other stakeholders. So we will make a recommendation for something like this, and then this has not been discussed with the team, but my typical recommendation would be 90 to 180 days. So it just depends on,
Make
there's
it
a
as
lot.
short as possible, okay?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, great. All right. Any other questions? All right. Seeing no further questions, the chair moves the staff recommendation that the State Land Board authorize the department to sell the area of the Stevens Road tract within the UGB through a expeditious brokered transaction. Expeditious is my language, but let's move this along quickly. Second, from Treasurer Reed. Third, from Secretary Clarno. With that, the motion carries. Move quickly. I will continue to watch in terms of housing and sustainability issues, and trust that the locals will involve the community with those conversations as they move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. We'll keep the land board apprised as we move along in this process. Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate it. All right, that concludes my presentations today. I believe we're back to the public testimony under the Elliott State Research Forest agenda item 2. So, Governor, I can bring up 2 more chairs and have 5 people at a time, if that's what you'd like. Staff, could you do that, please? And then I'll let you decide how you'd like to handle this.
So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to take 5 minutes just to have a short conversation with my land board members. I have 2 1 o'clock appointments that I'm struggling to readjust. So let's take a couple of minutes and have a conversation here, and then we're going to bring up members of the public for 2 minutes apiece. My fellow and sister land board members have agreed to stay, as well as Jason Minor, so we should be able to get just about everybody done. If you can complete your testimony in 2 minutes. I'm trying to think. I know there are a couple of organizations that have several members of the organizations. I won't pick on you, Mickey, but we've got 2 folks from Great Old Broads for Wilderness. If you all can coordinate or scale your testimony, I would greatly appreciate it. So, and my colleagues would as well. I'll just be up front. I reviewed this proposal with concern over the weekend, but hearing the testimony and the extensive work of the advisory council, I am open to continuing this process through next fall. I think there is more work to be done. I want to make sure that we get our federal agencies on board with HCP process. I want to take a look at how do we frame this with a, shall we say, more of a climate change approach? But I am really, really pleased, honestly, and I was, as I said, quite skeptical coming today. So to our advisory council, thank you for your tremendous work and dedication. To our staff at DSL, thanks for your extraordinary leaning in. Oregon Solutions, I don't know if Peter's here, but the team at Oregon Solutions, thank you. And of course, OSU, Jeff, I think you're the temporary dean, right? Are you the temporary dean or the interim dean? Okay, all right. You all have just done really extraordinary work. Thank you. And I'm just really, really pleased with the comments. So that is my feedback. Certainly open to public testimony, and Jason will stay in my stead. But thank you. So.
Thank you, Governor. I think I agree with just about everything you said. In particular, enthusiastic agreement about the really great work that the team has done to this point. I mean, this really is what we all aspire to as Oregonians, with people coming with skepticism and finding a consensus, or at least a path to that. I think you're also right that there is work yet to be done, but I am also really optimistic and hopeful about what can be done as that work continues. So I think that's a very good thing, and I'm particularly looking forward to the proposal coming back with that additional work, and particularly more detail around the governance, around the strategy for decoupling, the financing that is required there. Obviously, the Habitat Conservation Plan is necessary. Robust approach to carbon and climate disruption, I think, and all of the other public values that we've talked about around conservation and public access and the like. But I was really struck by the comments that a number of people made about the really unique opportunity that this represents. So I'm excited that work can continue, and that we'll hear more.
Secretary Clarno?
Thank you, Governor. Yeah, I just hope that it hasn't been addressed today. My September 11th letter to the advisory board, being concerned after 20 years in the legislature, where if anything that we propose doesn't work out, they come back to the legislature and need funding. And I just want to be sure that we have this answered, which in the paragraph, the third paragraph says, if it's not sustainable to manage this way, how will the shortfall be addressed? Where will you go? I think that's important. That's good in any business plan. How are you going to survive? And that I will appreciate hearing.
Thank you, Governor and Secretary Clarno. I apologize. Your letter, Secretary and Treasurer Reed, those letters did not make the packet because they got put in my Elliott notebook, my advisory committee notebook, and Allie was out on maternity leave, and when she came back, I forgot to give her those 2 letters. So those are at your table today, and they'll be put up on the website along with the other information we have under the Elliott tab.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And with that, I'm going to turn the gavel over to Secretary Clarno and ask that the public testimony continue.
Okay.
Don't hit anybody on the head with it. Folding them up in chairs is okay, though?
Sure.
Who do we have first?
Can I have Norm Johnson and Jerry Franklin, Kayla Swanson, Peggy Lynch, Fergus McLean?
Are you doing?
I'll do the timing.
You'll just give me a heads up. If before you begin your testimony, if you'd identify yourself and say who you're representing, I'd appreciate it.
Gentlemen?
I'm Jerry Franklin. I'm Professor Emeritus, University of Washington.
And Norm Johnson. I'm Professor Emeritus, Oregon State University College of Forestry.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jerry.
We have a written statement we're submitting for the two of us. And I want to begin simply by saying that there is an immense need for research on the management of Oregon forests, management that in fact integrates environmental, economic, and cultural values. And we have a strong sense that this is what we are calling ecological forest management. We're intensely concerned that any research plan or program that really is predicated on the basis of extensive harvest of older, naturally regenerated forests will be environmentally damaging, socially diversive, and scientifically unjustified, and will ultimately fail. There's no ecological justification for harvesting older, naturally regenerated forests on the Elliott. Obviously, one of the things that these forests, even as young as 100 years, are doing is providing a lot of habitat, even now, for the array of late successional species that we're interested in. But even more profoundly, these forests dominated by Douglas fir are very long-lived forests that grow actually for centuries. Now, this is very unusual to have forests that grow and remain intact for multiple centuries, but that's the case with these Douglas fir forests here in the Northwest. And they're going to continue to grow and to store carbon for the next.
Would you please wrap up? I appreciate your testimony. Just please wrap up. That was a timer.
Oh, just 1 minute?
You had 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Oh, okay. I didn't understand that. In any case, then I'll just simply say that.
He has my time.
Oh, both of your, okay.
Yeah, we're together.
All right.
Okay, we'll do that. 2 more minutes.
All right. So, one of the questions I would, one of the questions I think we would have to ask is why would we cut these forests, these older forests, when they're right in the prime of sequestering carbon, which is what they're doing right now and are going to continue to do for several more centuries. There's no societal support for cutting these naturally regenerated older forests, and attempting to do so is going to replicate the same sort of mistake that we made when we did the Northwest Forest Plan. In fact, the plan that's been laid out for you with a large reserved area and the other area in which you're going to be cutting older forests is exactly the same mistake we made with the federal timberlands, and the consequence of that was, of course, that part of the plan having to do with timber harvest failed. Finally, there's no scientific justification for harvesting these older forests. Cutting such forests has no relevance whatsoever to learning how to manage forest lands, public and private, in Oregon. And again, there is a tremendous amount of research that needs to be done, but it's about how to simultaneously manage these lands for
both environmental and economic values, and also maintaining cultural and social values. And consequently, that's what the research plan should focus on, and it should really be focused on not any of the kind of intensive management that we see on the TIMO and the REIT lands, but in fact focused on how to get these trade-offs between carbon sequestration, wood production, habitat, and, of course, financial returns. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
In the essence of time, every time you do an outburst like that takes our time, so please refrain from doing that again. Would you like to go next, please?
No, that's not an outburst. I'm sorry.
It takes time. I'd like to have you refrain from it.
We have 30 minutes. You have had 2.5 to 3 hours. We need to make our voices heard.
Okay, we'll use her time.
Governor has
Time her now.
You're not wasting your time.
Go ahead, please.
Thanks to everyone in this room for your time. This is an important topic. I want to be brief. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I'm Kayola Swanson, the Oregon Program Director for Pacific Forest Trust. We do support the decoupling process of the Elliott State Forest from the Common School Fund. We also believe that a working forest conservation easement is necessary to anchor the $100 million bond and create clarity on the public's investment. A working forest conservation easement can be used to support OSU's management under any ownership. It increases the public's trust in process through permanent protection of multiple values, and it involves third-party monitoring and reporting. It allows for ongoing forest management, which can provide economic return and local jobs. It can also be used proactively to set performance goals for management at the landscape scale while allowing for flexibility in silvicultural practices at the stand level. It should involve setting sideboards on forest management to provide enhanced benefits for water quality, climate resiliency, and wildlife habitat, and allow for stand-level management approaches to vary. It can work in tandem with other conservation tools, providing a permanent protection framework for a carbon project, a habitat conservation plan, and a research program. Finally, easements are a flexible tool that can work in conjunction with any potential future owner and can be the foundation of adaptive management. Pacific Forest Trust owns, manages, and conserves working forests, more than 150,000 acres in Oregon and California combined. These properties are managed for multiple benefits, including timber production and profit, but they prioritize benefits for climate, wildlife, and water. Thank you.
Thank you. Please identify yourself.
I'm Peggy Lynch, League of Women Voters of Oregon. In 2015, we engaged in the development of the SAIL protocol to assure that the public could participate, and advocated for public bonding to protect the environmental values offered by the Elliott. In 2015, we said to you, the best transition scenario and the best management strategy decouples old-growth clear-cutting from school funding, protects the Elliott's remaining native forests, wild salmon, and imperiled wildlife, safeguards the Elliott's drinking water, public recreational and educational opportunities, and promotes timber jobs by restoratively thinning the second-growth tree farms. We continue to believe this scenario. We supported the $100 million in bonding to help buy assets not otherwise protected by the ESA and by any HCP. We support continuation of the HCP and HCP that can be upheld in court. We appreciate the work of the advisory committee and the draft set of principles provided in Appendix F. Missing in the principles is any acknowledgement of the need to protect drinking water sources used by downstream communities. Another major concern we have with the possibility of OSU's management of the forest is how they might be able to manage the forest under these principles without over-harvesting. To be clear, we are assuming that this would be a management agreement and that fee title to the Elliott would remain in truly public hands, those of the State Land Board. In their current research forests, the legislature has not provided enough funds for OSU to continue their award-winning College of Forestry without the pressure of overharvest places like the McDonald Forest. Any agreement must include a provision that does not burden them with the forced over-harvest. Decoupling the funding for the College of Forestry with the Elliott will be critical. At the present time, we have not seen how OSU can add the Elliott to their portfolio without over-harvest. We are awaiting those fiscal calculations. In 2017, we issued a call to action to all Oregonians to stop the sale of the Elliott to a private timber company. Oregonians heard that call, and so did the Land Board. As you struggle with how to balance competing interests, I hope that you will continue to hear the call that the Elliott State Forest is a public treasure unlike any other in the state of Oregon. Thank you.
Thank you, Peggy. Thank you. You have one, let's see, we had 1 minute and 30 seconds left of your time. He took 30 seconds.
Thank you.
Go ahead. And identify yourself, please.
My name is Fergus McLean. I'm the Conservation Chair for the Many River Sierra Club Group. Thanks to the board, and particularly thanks to Dean Davis for his transformational vision of what an Elliott Research Institute can be, and for his forthright efforts to address the embarrassingly outdated mismanagement of OSU's McDonald Dunn Research Forest that came to light last summer. The board should be happy to know that Tuckman has assured us there is at least $40 million in carbon value on the forest over the next 10 years. That's enough to pay the forest's bills. Basically, the weight's off your shoulders. The forest can support itself, according to Tuckman's analysis. We've also learned that your directive to Tuckman to come up with a plan that supports itself is untenable, as Dr. Franklin said. Tuckman's model depends heavily on almost half of the revenue on harvesting mature and late succession forests. That's not what the people had in mind for this forest. And I regret to say, being an OSU alumni myself, the level of ignorance in the team of Dr. Franklin and Dr. Johnson's ecological forest principles is appalling and is not addressed in OSU's plan. What also is not addressed is the last November's forest carbon report from the Global Warming Commission, which should be driving this entire process. Angus Duncan has proposed that the Oregon can be the first carbon neutral state by 2035 with adequate forest policies. And OSU is on the wrong track, mostly because you told them it had to pay for itself. You need to go back to the drawing board and look for another source of income, and you need to bring in these people who know what they're talking about to develop a strategic plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have Bob Zyback, Russ Sapp, Bob Van Dyke, Clark Binkley, and Dave Toller?
Is that 5? Okay.
Doug Pollock. On deck, Teresa Bird, Dan Pennington, Mickey Ryan, Judy Todd, Dave Gold.
Let's start right with you and introduce yourself, and then we'll go right down the line.
Of course. Land Board members, for the record, Bob Van Dyke, Wild Salmon Center. I was on the advisory committee and support the comments Bob Salinger made earlier today. I just wanted to say very briefly that I hope you're also thinking about legislation that might be helpful in 2021 to move the ball forward. There's been a lot of discussion about work that the committee's going to do, but for us to be successful, we may also need support in 2021. So that's really my comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bob Zyback, Oregon Websites and Watersheds Project. This is my 4th time presenting to this committee. When I first started working on the Elliott, I was working with Jim Paul. Ed Ray was president of OSU. Thomas Mannis was dean. Dennis Richardson was secretary, and Ted Wheeler was a treasurer. And the only constant was the governor, who's now missing. You've got 3 pieces of paper in front of you.
She's only missing for a minute or 2.
What was that, please?
She's not permanently missing. She's only missing for a little bit.
Last time I had Wayne Geezy with me. He was 99. He got a compliment for being old and active. Wayne has since died. The first article that I handed out, I think Aaron's given you a package with 3 things, talks about my history with Wayne, our history with the Elliott. The second article in that package of 3 things is about the school kids we've worked with the last 2 years. We started working with Ted Ferrioli. The governor said, present a plan. We're working with Jim Paul. He wanted to have an education committee. There's supposed to be funding. We've put out tens of thousands of private dollars, thousands, over 8,000 volunteer hours in the last 3.5 years, and we have not got a substantive conversation or discussion yet. This is about as far as we've got. With all that turnover, the third thing in the package is the original Giese plan alternative. And as I say, Wayne was only 96 when we introduced it at the suggestion of Ferrioli. And at the encouragement, he had several meetings with the governor. That plan has still not been seriously considered. It had 40,000 acres to set aside. It only lasted 20 years. It produced over 400 jobs. It kept the land open for the public. So those 3 things, the last thing in there, the proposal has 2 peer reviews, one from Jerry Phillips, 94-year-old expert on the Elliott, and the other one was from last week, a retired forester, and they're heavily supportive of what we're proposing, and we'd really like some consideration by this panel, somebody to actually read it and discuss it seriously. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you identify yourself, please?
Certainly. Dave Toller, Secretary Carno, and Treasurer Reed, I appreciate the opportunity to come before you. The growing body of science tells us 2 facts that I think are highly relevant to this process. One, industrial logging is the #1 source of CO2 pollution in Oregon. Number 2, Western Oregon forests present us the opportunity with the largest forest sequestering capability forests on the planet. Now, if I put those 2 together, I do wonder why climate restoration isn't the primary focus for a future Elliott State Forest. I do think that despite a truly abysmal track record that OSU has in how they manage their research forests today and yesterday, despite that, I do think we have a unique and an incredible opportunity here with this. We need to build a research forest that provides the world with a path towards saving our planet. And this is a piece of that. The #1 focus of this research forest should be, how do we make this forest absorb and store the most carbon possible? That should be its #1 focus. When we talk about economic value, we need to walk away from yesterday's definition of 2x4s. We're done with that. It's time to look to the future. We're talking climate change. We're talking about stopping it in this state. Let's do it. Here's a great opportunity right here before us, utilizing the Elliott State Forest as a great research tool to be able to do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is David Gould. I represent the children of North Bend High School on this forest, and like Mr. Beck, what the forest is. Well, the forest was forest fires for history from 1840 to late 1889 or 79, and there wasn't any trees big enough for over 100 and some years. So basically what I'm saying is that these marble murrelets were either nesting on the ground for 100 and some years in the forest, or they weren't there. That's one thing. And then the other thing, we're talking about conservation research. I'm for that 100% with OSU. I want you to know that. One of the biggest problems here is you have decoupling and compensation of the forest. And those are 2 things that don't really work together, because the forest is worth, the timber alone is worth over $1 billion to the children. If you cut it or you don't cut it. And that's what I'm going to fight for on this. And I think that the part that you're going to do with the conservation forest, that should be left in the common school fund. And that's where I'm at.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Doug Pollock. I'm the founder of the Friends of OSU Old Growth Group in Corvallis. We have over 600 supporters, both within the College of Forestry and in the community around Corvallis. There's been a lot of talk today about this term research forest. I've probably heard that 50 times today. And I've spent a lot of time going through the Elliott documentation over the last 6 months, hours and hours going through all the 500 plus pages of material and meeting minutes on the DSL website. And I can honestly say that there are very few people who really have a solid understanding of what this term research forest is going to entail in terms of how much of the older timber is going to be cut. I know people like Fergus McLean who've been intimately involved in the process question what's going on. And so if we're trying to establish, if the general public is trying to understand this, it gets down to a certain amount of trust. We have to look to OSU, the College of Forestry, and say, how would they manage a research forest in the Elliott? And the best basis for doing that is to look at how they've managed their own research forests in Corvallis. We have a long track record, decades of mismanagement of their forests. They abandoned their own research forest management plan 10 years ago and only recently reinstated it. They logged 10% of their northern spotted owl habitat in violation of their plan. They threw out their innovative management plan for the Blodgett Forest up near Clatskanie to generate $6 million in revenue for the new forestry building on campus, according to the Oregonian. There's this long history. It also includes former Dean Salwasser's collusion with the timber industry undermined his own graduate students' groundbreaking research in 2006. So this is a long history of what we see as failed management, and it comes from heavy timber industry funding of the college. The dean's salary comes from a $5 million endowment from the former president of CEO of Roseburg Forest Products. There are 14 endowed chairs in the college, most of which are sponsored by the timber industry. And so unless, so given that background, the only reasonable expectation is that they're going to look out for the interests of their number one benefactor, the timber industry. So I would urge the land board to show wisdom and to prioritize ecology and carbon sequestration of the Elliott. So thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Teresa Bird, Dan Pennington, Mickey Ryan, Judy Todd.
orww.org. We've got all kinds of stuff on the Elliott.
And Sam Schwartz, if that's 5. Dave Gold, you already testified, right?
Okay, do you want to begin down there, please?
My name is Teresa Bird. I am one of the co-directors of Coast Range Forest Watch, an all-volunteer grassroots organization based in Coos Bay. And for the last 8 years, we've conducted marbled murrelet surveys in the Elliott and taken groups of community members into the forest to learn about plants, mushrooms, and birds. And overall, we appreciate all of OSU's work. They've done a lot of planning, and we've been trying to sort through all the details. They've been very responsive to some of our feedback, and it seems there's potential for OSU's involvement to be a viable option, but just a couple issues that we want to bring back to the forefront of this discussion. Since we began our campaign to save the Elliott, we've always had the same two messages: that the Elliott should remain in public ownership, and that the native, naturally regenerated forest in the Elliott be reserved from harvest. And we still believe that these are the two most important outcomes for the Elliott, but it seems in some of the complex planning for the research forest, these two priorities might have gotten lost in the details, and it's concerning to us that neither of these have shown to be priorities in OSU's planning thus far. We've also always held that the Oregon Constitution and state law directs that the Elliott be managed for greatest public benefit, not necessarily greatest profit. And the recent Oregon Supreme Court ruling affirms this and should give you the assurance you need as public servants to take your time and make the right decision, understanding that the Elliott can be maintained for public values such as wildlife habitat, biodiversity, and water quality, and that you don't need to rush into a decision that would jeopardize any of these public values. And the ruling also confirms that continued public ownership for the Elliott State Forest is essential, and we urge you to take this into consideration as you consider discussions with OSU. And just to wrap up, I'll say a research forest sounds really cool, and I think it has a lot of good things that could happen, but we want to make sure it's the right kind of research, so thank you.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Dan Pennington. I'm co-owner of Myrtle Glen Farm, located in the Coast Range of Coos County. One would not consider rows of corn to be a grassland savanna. Similarly, single-age plots of Douglas firs are not forests. They are plantations. Mature forests hold 50% more summertime water than tree farms, which leads to better salmonid habitat, cooler streams, more abundant water, and less fire danger. Consequently, mature forests are also better equipped to handle winter rains that cause soil runoff in clear cuts and plantations. It's not pedantic to define the crucial differences between forests and tree farms. It's essential we get language correct, otherwise we lose sight of the functions that make forests distinct from tree farms, meaning we literally cannot see the forest for the trees. Frankly, I have not seen this wisdom displayed by OSU in their plan with the Elliott. Instead of truly understanding what a forest is, they seem more inclined to find out how forests can coexist within the economic need for tree farms. And this is not unimportant, but it pales in comparison to the long-term benefits our forests have on society. Even the most conservationally minded management plan within the Elliott is akin to cutting off your own arm to learn if it will grow back. It is irresponsible to hack down our forests as though their destruction lies the best methodology into understanding their true nature. And it's precisely because doing so removes a forest's crucial functions for generations. If we have not completely comprehended the complex carbon life cycles or hydrology of mature forests, then it's reckless to create a scenario that damages the forest's ability to sequester carbon and handle water, especially when there's ample evidence that suggests mature forests handle these functions far better than plantations. I cannot in good faith accept any of OSU's models for management. This is not to say that logging cannot coexist within a conservation management plan, but rather the starting point for an ecologically based model begins where clear-cutting ends. I implore the State Land Board to reconsider OSU's involvement until they satisfy a research model that better preserves forests and all their critical functions. Thank you.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
My name's Mickey Ryan, and I'm here representing a group called Great Old Broads for Wilderness, which is a national conservation group. We have 4 chapters in Oregon, including many members who live near and recreate in the Elliott and the surrounding area. I lived in Coos Bay 40 years ago and saw the timber collapse. Doing something on the Elliott, any harvesting is not going to solve that problem. What could help with jobs in that area is things like restoration and recreation on that area. If you look at the Coast Range, there's very little wilderness land or any land that is protected from intense harvest. There's a great need for more of this land to be preserved, and we have a rare opportunity here to do it. The state won't get these opportunities often. At the same time, we need to talk about the newest study from Oregon State. We've heard a lot, both sides, about Oregon State, the Department of Forest Ecosystems and Society, about, and this map is incredible, about the forest carbon and how important these ranges are to our climate. I don't think we should expect them to duplicate research here that they can do elsewhere. I think that we have to look at this as something new and unique and stop intensive forest harvest on this land.
Thank you.
Hi. My name's Judy Todd. I live in Portland, Oregon, and I'm today representing the Portland branch of Great Old Broads for Wilderness, and I'm also representing a small nonprofit called Nature Connect Northwest. I'm the founder, and I want to speak on behalf of the trees today. I've been to the Elliott. I have walked in the Elliott. I have stood in the Elliott at the top of the ridge where both sides are clear cut. And the Elliott is a strip of land in the midst of a sea of stumps. If you have not been to the Elliott and you're about to make a decision, let alone take action on what is the right thing for us to do at the Elliott, please, please, I beg you, go to the Elliott and see and speak to the kin that are holding that land and find out what is the connection between our thinking mind and our living bodies, and then make a decision that is fully informed but goes beyond the walls of the rooms where most of our decisions that affect the future are being made. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Sam Schwartz. I live in Coos Bay, Oregon, on my sailboat in the bay, which is watershed of Elliott State Forest. I was born in the Elliott State Forest. Treasurer Reed, good to see you. Secretary Clarno, this is a first acquaintance. I've been to pretty much all of these meetings from the beginning, throughout all of the functions and the transfer opportunities, and what is now the advisory committee, in which I've also had the honor representing recreation in the Elliott to the advisory committee. This is the closest and dearest thing to my heart. So with that, I'm going to say that in a land that was once a land of plenty under tribal stewardship, now, as we've heard today, is a land of crisis. In the Cree Indian proverb, only when the last tree has died and the last river has been poisoned and the last fish has been caught, we will realize we cannot eat money. And I understand all these conversations about fiduciary responsibilities. And as the legislative house, as this house, here we are in Salem, that is your responsibility. But that doesn't really work so well in these programs that are coming out with this crisis that we're presented with. This conversation is much larger than the Elliott. We must be collective in our management. We are developing a coalition of tribal members on the coast, along with Coos, Curry, and Douglas counties. I have filed my candidacy for Coos County Commission, and we are exploring all kinds of other methods to to maintain resiliency in Southern Oregon. And I understand that Kate Brown has some ideas about resiliency in Southern Oregon as well. We, as a people, must work together in the Pacific Northwest to survive in a crisis that is upon us for national security, for energy resources, housing, and water in the face of mass extinction. Governor Brown, as a political endeavor, coins climate change approach. And I hear a lot about climate change approach. It's well beyond climate change. We're going to have to learn how to live with climate change. Those things are not going away anytime soon. Instead of an HCP, a conservation plan, there's not left much to conserve. We should be focusing on restoration plans. And I have other things to say, but I'll respect the order.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Christina Hubbard, Reed Wilson, Rini Weiss, Michael Resnick, Michael Alvogdo.
Do we have 5?
Penny is if one of those 5 wasn't there, Penny is the next testifier.
Is Penny here? If not, who's next on the list?
Cristal Otero.
Come forward, please. Let's begin with you again.
Okay. Thank you for staying and listening to us today.
You're welcome.
My name is Christina Hubbard. I'm the Executive Director of Forest Web of Cottage Grove. I'm going to cut my remarks down, so this is going to be a little abbreviated. In the McDonald-Dunn Research Forest, old-growth trees up to 400 years old were logged, and only after it was brought to light by a concerned citizen did OSU, calling this travesty a mistake, released a memo stating the future research and ecological benefit of these older trees should have been considered before the harvest was scheduled. As the other gentleman stated, the McDonald-Dunn Research Forest has been operating without a management plan for the past 10 years. The old-growth logging was not a mistake. It was negligence at best, or at worst, it was intentional. Dean Davis was quoted by reporters saying in defense of the timber sale, if you make the choice of letting those trees die, you lose the choice of letting them generate revenue. Dean Davis has also been quoted as disagreeing with OSU's taking a much more conservationist approach to managing its research forests, stating his goal was to strike a new balance between OSU's mission, the ecological value of old-growth forests, and the value of wood products that the forest can generate. The OSU memo also said that no trees older than 160 years will be harvested until ongoing work on a new comprehensive management plan is completed. We are concerned with the attitude that allowing old-growth trees to die and continue their function as part of a cycle of a healthy forest is a waste. We are concerned that a 160-year-old tree is not exempt from harvest. And we are concerned with anyone in the position of managing a research forest who can defend old-growth logging old growth and places more value on revenue than on the health of the forest as a whole. In the face of climate change, the Elliott has far greater value as a research forest than as a source for commercial timber. It even has more value as to the environment as a standing contiguous forest sequestering carbon. If logging is to be done in the Elliott, it should only be in second growth areas that need rehabilitation to show how a forest can heal. Given the level of planet-wide deforestation, this knowledge would be invaluable. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you. Next.
My name is Reed Wilson, Benton Forest Coalition from Corvallis, and I want to say I appreciate the words of Mr. Henson on the transparency, which is so important, and also the words of Dr. Franklin on the conservation of older forests. I don't think I can express how extremely grateful we are for the state to allow this process to go forward concerning the Elliott, and we're especially grateful to Governor Brown. We've heard a lot about creating research forest in the Elliott, but I just want to say that actions speak louder than words. In our society, if an individual violates the rule of law, then that individual is held accountable. If a public institution abandons its stated mission, misuses public funds, and violates the public trust, then that institution should be held accountable. The College of Forestry demoted graduate students and suppressed the research. There were no consequences. The college demolished a perfectly good building on a college campus and designed a building which failed structurally in a misuse of public funds. There were no consequences. The college clear-cut a stand of old growth, abandoned their management plan ostensibly for research, and two managed forests frequented by thousands of Oregonians, and there were no real consequences. What we're looking for is accountability. The state is charged with safeguarding the public interest, and we expect the state to hold the college accountable if undue influence from industry sources leads to mismanagement. We're not absolutely opposed to this proposal. Research forest could be a great thing, but it's a dangerous experiment considering the college's history. However, it could revise the college's management approach, and by doing so, realign the state's philosophy in forest management. And I understand, I've just been informed that a new dean has been selected who is an ecologist, so that could be a good thing for the direction of the college's approach to forest management in the future. Priorities.
Sorry, his buzzer didn't work, but it's time. Can you wrap up, please? Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Rini Weiss, and I want to say yes, that the forest should be held for the goals of carbon sequestration and biodiversity, and yes to reminding that a forest is not the trees, but it's all the layers of the forest and what that does, and all the animals and plants and fungi and beyond that live there. I heard from the advisory board that they'd like more time, and there seems to be areas that are not been filled. There's lacking, and I would suggest, since OSU is already involved, to involve ones from the College of Fish and Wildlife, and there's other colleges that could help create a more sound and complete plan where the College of Forestry may be lacking. They have a lot of practice in extraction and logging, but they may be lacking in the fish and wildlife side of it, and I think bringing in other colleagues could be very helpful. And that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
A lot of this will be redundant at this point, but I guess it can't be said enough. We've heard that OSU...
I'm sorry, could you identify yourself?
Oh, yeah, I'm Michael Resnick. We've heard that OSU's past mismanagement of Oregon's forests is not being swept under the rug, and that it's being used as a learning opportunity to proceed in a better way in the future. For some of us here, the question is whether OSU has truly reformed. If you haven't seen it, this green piece of paper provides evidence that OSU has not reformed. In the past hour, I asked today's first speaker, the OSU Dean of the School of Forestry, if he could similarly provide any evidence for the counterpoint. He spoke generally about how reform needs to happen when transgression has occurred, and when pressed for specific evidence, he said that following the public response to the felling of the 420-year-old tree described on this paper, the surrounding and similar areas had become protected. So that's OSU's strategy. Reform, but only if the public finds out what's going on and becomes sufficiently enraged. If indeed the public opposes the ESRF, as this paper says, it is no great wonder why, and the point has not been carefully addressed by today's speakers. Oregon's old-growth forests are amongst the highest carbon-sequestering forests in the world, as it's been said many times, and to do anything other than conserve and bolster them is to throw in the towel. Strength is doing what is right when it's difficult to do so, and that's what's asked of us as a species and as Oregonians to do now. Thank you for your time, Kate.
Thank you, Michael. Can you, do you think you can move forward and use the microphone and identify yourself?
I'll need to sit down.
If you'll trade places, that would be perfect. Thank you both.
My name is Crystal Otero. I'm a resident in the city of Portland. The Land Board has not declared intention to protect Oregon's last remaining stand of old-growth trees that live within the Elliott State Forest. Whereas the current Land Board of Oregon is engaged in an extended public process to decide the fate of the Elliott, and whereas the state of Oregon can claim legal ownership of the Elliott, and this claim ought to encompass preservation, our current concept of public ownership is a farce. And this is no more obvious than in these public meetings, where a 3-person land board is permitted to entertain the highest bidder. And whereas OSU is permitted to cut down 400-year-old trees and then feign ignorance without repercussion, I ask OSU today, where is that tree? It may have been cut, but it should not have been sold. It was not yours to cut, and it was not yours to sell. Therefore, be it resolved that the Land Board stop discussions to turn over the Elliott to OSU. And therefore, be it resolved that the Land Board renounce ownership over the forest. And therefore, let it finally be resolved that the Elliott be declared a forest unto itself. Thank you for the opportunity to comment, and I want to make a statement. I very much dislike the discontinuity of this presentation. In the future, I would like public comment to be in coordination with the agenda items when it comes to speaking about the Elliott Forest. And as we plan to move forward, we should plan public comment time according to the interest that's been expressed here today.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Pat Legates, Jim Hagan, Josh Laughlin, Francis Etherington, Chris Wagner. On deck, Robert Kenta, Barb Shannett, Andy Kerr, Anna Fay,
We'll start with you.
Okay. Hi, Pat Legates, and I'm representing myself, and I live in Portland. And I want to talk about, we've been hearing a lot about management, and we've been hearing a lot about value. And so I feel that when we talk about the value of the forest, I think it's kind of impossible to really say what that means. You can estimate that on some level maybe it's worth $1 billion. Maybe you could buy it for a few $1 million. I don't really know what that differential speaks to, but okay. But a lot of it is about use value too. And I think that the true value of this forest is it's ineffable. It's not use value, and at the very, very least, it's completely pertinent to carbon sequestration. And I just think we should maybe entertain the idea, because I haven't heard anyone say this yet, that what if we were to do absolutely nothing and leave the forest alone? And if you can't admit that that is a possible solution to entertain or worth it, then maybe it's time to think about the worry of what will happen if we were to leave this forest alone. That leaving it alone would actually not be protecting it. It would be leaving it susceptible to the exact threats that we all face under this sort of climate crisis. It would be us having to face this issues of climate head on, and it would look us in the eyes, and I think it'd be pretty ugly. And when we talk about ecology, I think the essential thing to keep in mind is that we're talking about home. We're talking about the home of the earth. And if we cannot be the ones to steward this planet that we live on, the earth that we live on, it is doing its very best that it can to protect us. And if we can't protect it, then we have failed, and we must drastically reconsider the ways in which we engage with the environment, which we engage with each other and with ourselves, so as to keep on, not keep on living the way that we're living, but to keep living in any way that is of value. And thanks.
Thank you. Would you identify yourself for the record?
My name is Chris Wagner from Cottage Grove, retired, and representing myself. I'd like to say that I'd urge all of you to look closely at the Geisy plan. It provides for research. It has set-asides for the environment, but it also has a timber harvest component that I believe is sustainable. I think that's important for all the family wage jobs down in that part of the world, that we avoid those people just getting into just ultimate poverty and their children being in poverty because there's just no jobs down there. Plus all the revenue that has come from the Elliott to the state schools, there's no reason that cannot be continued at some level. I think if there's forest is managed for both harvest and set-asides, it can be studied on what happens on both scenarios for the environment, the carbon. The fire component hasn't been mentioned at all. What happens if a forest is just left unmanaged in any way? What happens in a major conflagration in the forest vis-a-vis a managed harvested area? I'd like to conclude. There's been a whole lot said today about carbon sequestration, and yeah, granted, the forest gets a lot of carbon sequestration done, but that's only temporary. The forests are carbon neutral. People need to realize that, because every one of those trees is going to burn or it's going to die and rot, and all that carbon just goes back into the atmosphere. You've done nothing at that point. Where you have some timber, lumber, that's all carbon that's sequestered. That's the only way you sequester carbon, is to harvest it, because the forest just keeps growing.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Appreciate your testimony. Would you identify yourself for the record, please?
Good afternoon, Governor Brown, Treasurer Reed, Secretary Clarno. My name is Josh Laughlin. I'm the Executive Director of Cascadia Wildlands, representing our 10,000 members and supporters today. While no specific plan has been put forth at this point, we are alarmed by many aspects of the College of Forestry's modeling and conversations to date. We've been following that quite closely. Based on the modeling, it appears that this could very well be yet another attempt to aggressively log the older remaining forests found on the Elliott, and instead of clear cutting to fund school kids, we may have the arrangement where we're clear cutting to fund expenses associated with a new research forest. Let's not move one problem to a new location. Clear cutting 120 acres at a time isn't research. Aerial spraying 3 rounds of toxic herbicides each logging cycle isn't research. Killing native mountain beavers that compete with sapling growth isn't research. And aggressively logging native temperate rainforests up to 160 years old isn't research. Let's call that what it is. Reckless clear cutting masquerading as research. Any research forest must address pressing issues like species extinction that we're in the midst of, restoration of degraded landscapes, which can consist of logging. There is restoration-driven logging, particularly in tree farms, can generate a product and revenue, must address carbon accounting to mitigate climate change, and we want to ensure any conservation sideboards with a research forest are codified somehow. 1, protection of mature forest stands to safeguard imperiled terrestrial species and focus that silvicultural activity in the human-created tree plantations, which are generally under 80 years old. 2, protection of streamside buffers, well beyond what the Oregon Forest Practices Act provides to safeguard water quality and help recover imperiled salmonids. 3, retention of fee title with a public entity in perpetuity, whether that's the Department of State Lands, Oregon Parks, Siuslaw National Forest, Oregon State University College of Forestry, or someone more appropriate. Not a unidentified, nonprofit, private institute to manage the forest. And 4, the $100 million in taxpayer revenue must be used to permanently protect specific acreage on the forest through a conservation easement or similar mechanism. Lastly, I wanted to just remind you that we have the upcoming 2021 session, and I think there's another opportunity to get one step closer to full decoupling from the Common School Fund, so we no longer pit school kids versus the environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Would you identify yourself, please?
Hello, my name is Frances Etherington, and I'm a resident of Douglas County and a frequent visitor to the Elliott State Forest. And I am concerned with the Oregon State University management proposals in the eastern half, particularly of the Elliott. That's the management research watersheds. There are significant acres of very old forest, beautiful forest along the Milcoma River in that eastern half, which is not in the conservation area. You know, there should be no research on logging native forests, any of these native forests. We already know the results of logging native forest. There is a wealth of other research opportunities, such as the best way to control unwanted vegetation without pesticides. If the BLM can do it on the adjacent forest next to the Elliott, OSU can manage without pesticides on the Elliott itself. The BLM uses no pesticides for commodity production. Immediately adjacent to the Elliott. And I also have concerns to one of the guiding principles to Oregon State University's research. It's in Appendix F in today's agenda. It includes a principle that says to, quote, generate consistent and high quality timber harvest. This is confusing because the phrase high quality means logging mature trees as opposed to logging plantation trees. There should be no confusion that native forests on the Elliott should not be logged, and the term high quality in those guiding principles should be eliminated, especially if it's not defined. And I'm also concerned with the expensive work of obtaining a habitat conservation plan. HCPs allow take of endangered species to enable logging. We cannot afford any further take of endangered species on the Elliott. And I know you've already gone down the road of the HCP, but you could just back out of it and turn it into a forest management plan instead. Oregon State University must not manage this forest by clear cutting to fund programs that should be funded by other means, and instead priorities must be to research carbon sequestration.
Thank you.
Hi. Hello, folks. Can you hear me? It's been a long day, and thanks for being here. This has been a really long process.
I'm sorry, just identify yourself.
I'm Jim Hagan. I'm representing myself, and I live in LC. Okay? Okay. The forest is basically as old as the state itself, and it's been intact, and it's growing. And it's that makes it a concern. Those trees are on their way to becoming classified as old growth. Okay, there's been a wonderful bunch of good points listed today, so there's not many more points to make, and the day is getting long. There's always been some kind of spin on financial justification in order to enable an entity to move in a direction that it wants to move. And I think that it always takes good leadership to oversee and maybe move things out of this spin and into, I hate to say it, a brave new world. And that's what we're looking forward to you folks to do. All right. I'm with Francis here on, I don't think there should be research on logging a forest. We all know what happens there. And there's so many other good uses in, quote, a research forest. I support Governor Brown's statement of this whole plan needs to go over some more details and some better planning. And again, I thank you all for being here.
Thank you for your testimony.
Robert, Kenta, Barb, Shamit, Andy Kerr, Anna Fay, Emily Hyde. Brent Davies, if I believe Robert has left. Unless I'm wrong.
Shall I begin?
Yes.
Yes, please.
My name's Barb Shamit. I reside on the West Fork of the Millicoma River. We have 83 acres, and the Elliott State Forest borders our property. We've been there for 45 years. And 45 years ago, I could go out and pitchfork a fish running up the channel. Yesterday, there was one fish. And so 4 to 5 decades of forest management has proven to destroy and degrade everything. Since we haven't had any herbicide sprays lately, the mussel beds are starting to come back. There were some sightings of eels. The eagle is back. It's amazing what has happened over the last 40 years that I have lived up there. Years ago, we took petitions to the governor about the use of Agent Orange, which OSU appropriated with our United States military to spray on public forest lands. And we're talking Agent Orange, which was used in Vietnam. So OSU has a history with me of not doing the right thing. And when they said they would put a moratorium on anything over 160 years, well, 160 years is exactly what we are trying to save. If anything is cut between the ages of 80 and 160 years, I can tell you right now, we're going to be in the jaws of litigation because we're not going to let it happen. The school fund got 12 cents on the dollar for the last 40 years, and it's a total sham and a ripoff, and if they're going to do business as usual, it's not going to happen. I've got several pages here of all kinds of great information, but
the bottom line is you're not getting it. Nope, they're not getting it. Nobody's going to get it. Those trees are there, and they are staying there. They got 50% of the forest. We get the other 50%, and that's where it's at. I'm sorry, but that's how I feel. And that one fish, let's just hope that she laid some eggs, and that's all I got to say.
Do you want to leave that paperwork with the staff over there, and they'll get it to the committee? Thank you.
45 years, from thousands to one. That's not.
Okay, would you put your name in the record, please, and share your testimony?
My name is Emily Hyde. While Bolsonaro lays waste to what remains of the Amazon rainforest, it is remarkable that we've gathered here today to potentially follow in his example. In the words of my professor, do not touch it. Do not even look at it. It is not yours to maim, plunder, and destroy. And a research forest is all the more suspicious, as though we needed to turn the last remaining ancient old-growth forest into a laboratory so that we can confirm the fact that just one of those trees is worth more than your life and my life and probably everyone's life in this room put together. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Would you give us your name, please, for the record?
My name is Andy Kerr, and I live in Ashland. I want to first thank the Land Board, and thanks for hanging in here for the public to talk. And I especially want to recognize and appreciate the leadership of Treasurer Reed on this issue over the years. It's a tough one, and your leadership's appreciated, and we expect it to continue. So thank you. I have been a keen observer of Oregon State University College of Forestry since I dropped out of OSU in 1976, actually before, and over the decades. And so my work has caused me to pay attention to them. And so I think what's going on here, and part of the frustration you're hearing today from many of the witnesses, is that OSU College of Forestry has both foresters and forest scientists. And there's a difference between the two. And their research question that they're asking, they're proposing to ask and answer in this project, is a question they should have asked 5 decades ago. But OSU School of Forestry didn't ask that question. And there's a new question today that recognizes that we have concurrent crises of both extinction of species and a crisis of the climate. The research questions need to be framed around that as well. So this proposal from OSU so far has been mainly the foresters. How do we manage it? How do we manage it better, so to speak? There are other forest scientists in the very departments in the School of Forestry that could inform a better research program for this forest. But they're not being asked, or if they're being ignored one way or the other. So, nonetheless, I believe in redemption. So, OSU is going to continue. The College of Forestry is going to continue. I would urge them to talk to the other half of your faculty, who doesn't necessarily have drank the Kool-Aid of industrial forestry, as well. Talk to other colleges and other departments in the university that have expertise and interests. Because in the end, forests are too important to be left just to foresters. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Anna Fay. I'm a science and environmental reporter, writer, and researcher out on the coast. I have been going to these for 7 years and testifying. I'll try to read this fast, sorry. As a collective society, we're in the midst of a collapse of ecosystems, a climate emergency. Biodiversity and habitat loss are rampant in the industrialized plantation landscape of the Coast Range. The Elliott is a biological gem and should be protected in whole from logging at all costs. When the coastal forests are mowed down by private timber companies, habitats and watersheds are permanently and irreparably damaged. Chipping away at the edges of the Elliott, as seen in this proposal for a so-called research forest, will do nothing for conservation or rehabilitation of endangered species in the Coast Range ecosystem. If the OSU Department of Forestry wishes to harvest and research how the biological diversity is diminished by logging operations and so-called management, how about they purchase already industrialized lands and perhaps in between the Elliott and the Devil's Staircase wilderness, and work towards deindustrializing the landscape to increase habitat and natural characteristics and provide for biodiversity in a way to connect these two rare intact ecosystems to one another. It could be a biological reserve for the future. OSU Department of Forestry has lost all credibility as a supposed leader in sustainability by catastrophically slaughtering 16 acres of old growth this very year. The no vacancy cut dissolved any trust the public may have had for OSU. OSU showed in their action a lack of credibility, and the Elliott Forest will never be lucrative if they see it as merely board feet of lumber. By transferring it to them, it's continuing the same problem we've had in the last 10 years with the Elliott. It's a snake biting its own tail. So OSU will do nothing but add another thick layer of bureaucracy to this issue, and the university program will be protested against and the reputation tarnished for 14 generations. Destroying the forest that is older than our state itself should be a criminal offense. The OSU Department of Forestry is deep in the pocket of the timber industry, is not to be trusted, and it is appalling to hand management over to them in any capacity. The timber industry should not have a place at this table. They should keep on their own ecologically void plantations and leave public lands alone. We need stronger state laws to protect native forest, old growth, biodiversity, and watersheds against exploitation and pollution. If we had laws to protect these rare natural regen and soon-to-be old-growth diverse forest, we wouldn't be experiencing the species loss, high cancer rates, and depleted watersheds like we are today.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Would you introduce yourself, please?
Hi, my name is Brent Davis, and I'm the Vice President of Forest and Ecosystem Services for EcoTrust, and I'm going to summarize my comments since we're at the end here. I wanted to add EcoTrust's strong support for the repatriation of the management of at least a portion of the Elliott to the Native American communities who have cared for these lands and waters for millennia. I also wanted to support the comments of Drs. Franklin and Johnson, who highlighted the importance of the ecological significance of the 100-year-old plus half of the Elliott. As do our colleagues on the advisory committee, EcoTrust supports the state continuing to develop the details of a management plan with OSU. We see a tremendous opportunity for the focus of the research to be on the powerful role our forests can play as a natural climate solution to the crisis we are in.
Thank you for your testimony.
We have Anne Marie and Barry.
Go ahead and introduce yourself, please. Whoever wants to start.
Okay. My name is Barry Sanders. I live in Portland. So, I've been sitting here all day, as all of you have. I've read OSU's plan. I have not yet heard why the Oregon State University Forestry Program needs the Elliott State Forest as yet one more laboratory for their so-called research. What indeed have they already learned from their other 10 research forests? I have heard nothing. Why do we not have some guiding principles from the university about trees and the nature of nature, about the most pressing topic anyone can imagine or talk about now, climate catastrophe. I've heard nothing. What does an 11th forest, and this, the most pristine, the oldest, afford the university that they do not otherwise have besides scale and money? The most recent UN-backed report on climate catastrophe points to the critical importance of trees. If you haven't read it, I suggest everyone on the land board read it. The redacted version is 30 pages long. Every tree cut down releases thousands of pounds of CO2 into the atmosphere. The president, that is of the United States, has now abandoned the Paris climate agreements, which means that we're on our own, which means we must be particularly careful about our choices and what we undertake on this and to this earth. For me, it means leaving the forest intact and whole. I have heard nothing from this state's official climate services, which is also housed at Oregon State University's Climate Change Research Institute. Its director, Dr. Philip Mote, served as one of the lead authors for both the 4th and 5th assessment reports for the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Dr. Mote recently said, and I quote, "Unless we rapidly reduce the amount of carbon we're putting into the atmosphere on a global basis, we will increasingly experience extreme weather events. The Northwest will not be exempt." At one point, Dr. Mote advocated, yes, the planting of more trees. The latest IPCC report argues for something called reforestation. They also tell us that unless we reduce carbon emissions, I'll be done in a second, that we have about 12 years left. One should not be talking about any issue other than that. I've not heard it today from OSU. Oregon appears to be moving in the opposite direction. I end by quoting a key authority on the natural world, Mr. Theodore Geisel, better known as Dr. Seuss, in his alter ego, who stands for beauty against the once-lers. It is a bit of child wisdom that is so important, I think, today. I am the Lorax. I speak for the trees. I speak for the trees have no tongues. Such is my desire as well, to give every tree a tongue. But maybe, just maybe, the trees are in fact speaking, and we must learn to listen with a different ear. Let us make the effort. It is very close to being too late.
Thank you. Identify yourself, please. Identify yourself, please.
Anne-Marie Oliver. One wonders what kind of argument one can possibly make in a minute or two that would help protect the Elliott State Forest from the research logging put forward by the College of Forestry of Oregon State University. The world is on fire, and no one in the Department of State Lands or in the College of Forestry at OSU seems to be noticing. In the last few months, hundreds of thousands of acres of the Amazon have been burned to the ground in order to grow palm oil for people in this country too lazy to stir their peanut butter. According to a recent New York Times report, something like 17% of the Amazon may already have been lost, with 20 to 25% considered the tipping point at which the Amazon will no longer be the Amazon, but rather transition into savanna. We don't know how the mighty jungles of the Amazon ever came into being, but we do know exactly how they will be destroyed. The recent 39-page advanced version of the UN-backed report on climate disaster makes it clear that well beyond the Amazon, the world has around 12 years to turn things around. Meanwhile, here in Oregon, we continue to degrade and destroy our last remaining forest. It is hard to believe that the State Land Board of Oregon is actually considering for a single moment turning over what is said to be the last unlogged public forest in the state of Oregon and one of the last great ancient forests of the Pacific Northwest, indeed, of the United States. To turn this forest over to a college of forestry whose mismanagement of public lands is now undeniable, as are its clear ties to the logging industry, an institution that has made it clear that it will log the unlogged forest, given that not only does it lack the funds to buy a forest that is a public forest, but also that it is currently a bit behind in raising almost $80 million for a new complex named the Oregon Forest Science Complex. It is as though all the research of the last many decades, the real research, had never been done, as if the UN had never released its latest report, or any reports, as if Rachel Carson had never lived. A forest is a living being. Once degraded, it begins to die. Once destroyed, it is gone forever. One can easily imagine a time when there are no forests left. We urge the members of the Oregon State Land Board to leave the Elliott State Forest intact, undamaged, inviolate, and inviolable. The forest needs neither management nor research. We believe that what will be gained for all Oregonians, and indeed all the inhabitants of the earth, our children and grandchildren, from carbon sequestration alone is far more important than what will be gained by those who will only profit from the degradation and destruction of this forest. I'm skipping parts here. We would like answers to a whole slew of questions. We'd like to know why the OSU proposal was put forward in the first place by the Land State Board. We'd like to know if any of the members have taken money from the logging industry. If so, he or she should recuse himself or herself from any decisions with regards to the Elliott State Forest, or for that matter, for any public forest. We'd like to know why the State Land Board sold part of the Elliott State Forest to the Seneca Jones Timber Company, and we'd like to know the details of that sale. We'd like to know why the State Land Board remains undeterred by widespread public dismay and opposition to the notion of logging the Elliott State Forest, whether under the rubric of greed, profit, or desperation, or under the rubric of so-called research. We'd like to know why the Land Board is so eager to give away what is, again, the sole remaining unlogged public forest in the state of Oregon and one of the last great ancient forests of the Pacific Northwest. Last, and at least for now, we'd like to make clear what should be clear and obvious to all. The Elliott Forest is not yours to give away.
Thank you for your testimony. Dr. Walker, would you like to come forward, please?
Madam Clarno, may I take the liberty of saying one thing, please?
Yes.
I think it's probably not possible to treat the land with respect until we treat each other with a great deal of respect. And I would deeply request, sincerely request, that the public be given a little bit more love, frankly, and that if we're going, and I want to underscore what someone earlier said, Crystal Otero, that when one side gets to go on and on forever, seemingly forever, and then the public, there's another item of business interrupting, and then the public gets to make a comment for 2 minutes, something's amiss. And I would appreciate actually Land Board taking up that issue and seeing that public really does have a vested, terribly dedicated interest in this, particularly in the land and particularly in Oregon. I'd appreciate you listening.
Thank you very much. Director Walker, will you please come up?
Thank you, Madam Secretary, Mr. Treasurer, and Jason. I want to thank everyone for their testimony today, and there will certainly be more opportunities for further testimony as we move along in this process. If anyone did not provide us with a written testimony and they'd like to do so, please get that over to the table here with Aaron, and we'll make sure that gets on our website. I want to thank the board for your time and attention today. We will keep you posted on our progress as we continue continue our work on the HCP and developing a research forest concept with OSU. That's my understanding.
Madam Director, Madam Secretary, could I just interrupt just for a second? Not to dissuade from what you're saying, but I'm seeing a lot of people taking off, and I just want to underscore that too. I know this has been a long hearing, and it's not ideal sometimes when we're dealing with lots of different topics, and we had people coming from Bend, and so I particularly want to say how much I appreciate you hanging in through the discontinuous nature of it. Your input is really valuable and really important. We're trying to balance a very complicated issue with a lot of things, and I don't mean this to be comprehensive at all, but among the things that I heard, and I was listening carefully and taking notes, it's clear we've got work to do with respect to governance, respect to the research agenda, and with respect to conservation protections. That is, again, not meant to be comprehensive. I heard a lot of things from a lot of people, but I think that's a summary of some of what I heard. And I echo what the director said. There's a lot to be done and a very important role for all of you to continue to play in that process. I was debating whether or not to try to interrupt you, Madam Director. I apologize for that. But I see people leaving, and I wanted to make sure that that got said. So thank you for letting me interrupt.
Yes.
Thank you, Treasurer Reed. Continue, please.
I appreciate those comments, and the public's views are important in what we do. We encourage them to continue to participate in the process as they have been invited and have done so. I'm getting the clear indication that we're going to continue in this process, and we will have updates before we ever get to the fall of 2020. Somewhere between here and there, we'll have updates. Particularly, I wanted to bring in OSU to talk to you about their research that they do with marbled murrelets, because I found that incredibly fascinating and a learning experience for me. And I think the advisory committee appreciated that as well. And so I'll set aside some time on a future agenda so you can learn about that. At this point, I think that we've concluded all of our business today, unless you had any further comments. So I'll listen for that motion to adjourn, and we can move on with our day.
Treasurer Reed?
Madam Secretary, I move to adjourn.
No objection. We'll adjourn. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.